guess we'll get started. Trying to remember now, at the end of our last session, you had just bluffed your way past a Russian sort of roadblock. Is that right?
Yep.
And on the map, we've only really traveled 2 hexes.
Yep.
And we're on our way to... Katzman is sort of... Katzman's sort of taken control of the group and is guiding them to Oosh. And
I think it might be like, if anything, Katzman might actually want to find out what happened to his old squad and see if they're alive.
And you're Russian, essentially, Soviet forces, right? Or former Soviet forces, but for whatever reason you joined up with these.
Funnily enough, I guess it's like I was a POW from you guys. Like I was driving the Jeep and then got captured, and then Fifth broke apart. I'm like, well, fuck. What do we do now?
And and then for Magrito's background, basically, let's see who else we got. Oh, guest informed. Did I introduce you? We have Magrito. He's joining us today. He doesn't have a character in the Jeep at this moment, but he is going to be joining us later. So it's Canuck is out today.
Hey.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm just quickly eating breakfast, so I'm just muting myself.
No worries. So Katzman and the rest of them were essentially just running for their lives like everyone else in the 5th Division, and fell in together, hitched a ride with an old man in a hay cart to try and sort of surreptitiously make it through some Soviet lines. Eventually, they ran into some Polish marauders who killed the old man in the cart. But the old man also had a daughter. That's where Berta met the group. So the group finished off the marauders, and they found the marauders' UAZ, which is a Russian Jeep, and have then basically been heading east. Along the way, they just got on the highway. They've traveled down this highway heading east, and through scenes of devastation, former battlefields, smoking wrecks, and knocked over telephone poles, bombed countryside. It's been like 2 years of battle going on through Poland, and then they got to this roadblock. Well, first they were stopped by a marauder at a bridge crossing, who tried to extort some goods out of them, but Izzy blew up his bluff, which was a derelict tank in the nearby tree line, and then Izzy tried to shoot his head off, but the guy's helmet saved him. But they found some goods, including a trombone, I think, among his gear, which was a big find.
And also the RPG manual.
That's right. They found the role-playing game Twilight 2000 amongst this Marauders loot. Actually rolled that, yeah. There's a little loot table. So, and then they hopped back in the Jeep and kept heading east through the sort of the devastated landscape, and then they rolled up on a Russian roadblock, and Katzman sort of got out and basically, sweet talked these guys, got them all relaxed, and started talking about music. And one of the soldiers took out his Walkman, and they shared a laugh about movies and American cultural phenomena like Armageddon.
Yeah. The Soviet Experience, the Afghan documentary?
No, I haven't.
Where they're actually like listening to fucking like Western music, and then they have Adidas stickers inside the BTR with a picture of Bruce Lee.
Nice.
That sort of thing.
Yeah. So the sergeant in charge of the roadblock just walked up and looked into the UAZ, and the NATO guys had taken off their outer jackets and stuff, just piled everything into the Jeep and tried to cover up their NATO weapons and stuff. But the sergeant was kind of done with this whole thing anyways, and he's looked into the into the Jeep and just saw the Marauder from the bridge that they had taken captive. And he was the only one they asked about. I'm getting a lot of feedback. Are you guys getting like static?
No, not from you.
I think it's Cody. Sorry, just looking at the Discord.
Shit.
Yeah, it's coming through yours. I can see it.
Oh, there we go. Cody, you still there?
Mute my microphone, so.
Yeah, it sounds like there's just some fuzz.
Shit.
Or,
So it's probably affecting the recording too, so I don't know what to do. I've never had this problem in a while.
Is it like a cable?
Yeah, I have a cable mic. Like it's plugged straight into a jack in my computer.
There are going to be lots of many different things. Is the cable shielded? If not, then there's going to be like electronic interference from something. You run the cable through the monitor, which actually has its own.
Oh,
like,
noise suppression
radiation.
wasn't. Noise suppression wasn't off. It's good now.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's way better.
Well, I don't know
Awesome,
why, but
thanks,
Discord
man.
fucking turned off noise suppression. So that's probably why. Apologies for the disruption.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for sorting that. So here's this little pin here is your current location. So as you travel 2 hexes, that's 8 consumption on the alcohol fuel. This UAZ has been converted to run on alcohol. So you've only had about a half tank in it when you found it. So that means in total you'll burn through this tank of alcohol after 10 hexes of driving, which in theory could get you to Oosh or Whoosh,
Whoosh.
there to the east.
Yeah.
And but there's a lot of potential difficulty along the way. Now, like Jake, the special forces guy, and Izzy are both NATO, and heading east is, according to your most recent knowledge about the battlefield, that's heading deeper into Russian-controlled territory. The area around Kalish, out back to the west, and where you are now, is just still a smoking battlefield, essentially. But there is the only other immediate intel you've gotten is from the Marauder you've got captured in the Jeep. The bridge troll guy. He says that Sieradz ahead to the east at the bridge is a Russian stronghold. So, with that in mind, you continue just rumbling down the Highway 12, past wreckage, past burned out vehicles, even which looks like the tail boom of a helicopter crashed who knows how long ago off in the fields to the east. Essentially, this is farmland. You travel along the highway, and it's all been fought over and it's scarred, and almost every building has shown the effects of the battle. And out in the fields far away, sometimes you'll see little gaggles of people walking or scrounging, but no one obviously on the road for the last few kilometers. So any change in plans, or what do you guys want to do?
I guess we're still heading to Woosh.
No, I mean, that's going to be my argument is just to find out what happened to like the rest of my squad. But if the others are a bit hesitant about it, it's understandable. The other thing is, yeah, we probably want to actually do like a foraging or scanning check as food.
You all have some, I believe, food already with you, right? This is still essentially the first day.
Yeah, but yeah, we got like a max of 6 water and food, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's a good point, because if you want to, especially water, if you want to scrounge for water, like there'll be no plumbing probably functioning in any of the nearby farmhouses or villages, but you can always scrounge for stuff like that: food, water, wild or wild food. You can also hunt.
Yeah, I did get 2 rations of wild food from the troll guy,
Oh, that's right.
and we have 5 food and 5 water from first session when we like took a loadout or whatever.
That's
Izzy's
right.
got
Cool.
a 6 field rations, a water bottle, and a canteen before water.
I mean,
Okay,
the big
so-
thing is just to keep an eye on that. We can also do like scrounging checks.
Yeah. It usually takes a shift. Yeah, but you go essentially you stop and spend a shift doing that to gather a potential amount of material, which is like a 6-hour layover kind of thing.
Maybe it might make sense for us to make camp somewhere away from the Soviet base outpost. So and then some of us can scrounge, and then a couple people can go out and scout and figure out what we're
How are we
get through.
dealing with camp? What time is it?
Right now, it's only still around 9 o'clock in the morning or so.
Oh my god, we got a lot of time.
Yeah, because you basically we picked up after that. This is really only 2 days or maybe 3 after you're on your own order from the division command. So you spent a day wandering through still hot firefight battle zone and scrambling for cover. Then met the farmer, made a little bit of a farther journey towards the south and east, and then met the marauders. So after that night, this is the 3rd day.
Also, just one quick correction, John. The old guy that Berta was with, I'm going to say that he was probably like the I guess great uncle or grandfather, because I think I have a different backstory for Berta's parents.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So you guys are driving along. I think it's Berta was driving at one point, and she drove the Jeep into the ditch. But who's piloting the Jeep right now?
Probably Izzy again.
Okay.
Because Izzy's driving is she doesn't have a skill in it, but she rolls a D10 for agility.
Nice. And Jake previously was the guy with the eye out, and he was the recon. He was scouting for any potential problems.
He mounted his gun onto the Jeep.
Well, he found some gear to do that, but he hasn't actually mounted it yet.
Set up the mount. Okay.
Yeah.
What? For mounting the sniper gun? Sniper rifle?
The light machine
No,
gun.
that was
Oh.
Jim for the mount.
Yeah,
That's
that
not
was
me.
Jim. That was a Canuck. Sorry. But Jake Ramsey, your character is he's the scout basically, right? He's
Yeah.
scouting for him. Yeah, so we'll put him front right passenger seat. I know whenever I previously played this game and you start asking people for where they're sitting in a vehicle, it's like, oh crap, because usually that's like when a T-72 round like enters and exits the vehicle. Okay.
You have
And
to
then-
calculate the area of penetration, all of that, right?
Yeah, that's right. How much energy the round has and who it visits on the way through the vehicle. Yeah.
Yes,
So we got
and where does the shell actually explode, or does it overpenetrate?
yeah. Or just go right through one open window and out the other side. So let's see. And
If
Izzy,
you just tell the players like, oh yes, guys, you are very lucky.
that's right. And you also have, so we have Berta in the back seat, Izzy and Jake in the front seat. Katzman will be in the back seat, one of the back seats as well. This thing holds about 6 plus the driver, so it's it has a lot of seats, but it's not necessarily what you'd call roomy.
Did we dump Pavel at the checkpoint, or is he still with us?
We never actually said. Do you want to role play that real quick, or get rid of Paul? I think his name was Paul, but
Yeah.
Well, I will pull Paul. That's like I don't know, in Polish it'd be Pavel.
oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I had a coworker who was like the same thing. It's like everyone could call me Paul, but it's like it's pronounced as Pavel.
Cool.
Paulo or Pablo?
Pavel.
Pavel, yeah. Bavel.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
cool.
Unitive is like Pashu and such.
So that was, you guys dumped Pavel at the last checkpoint.
Yeah, I guess we can do that. I was thinking we were going to dump him in his city.
Well, if it's Soviet controlled from here to Lodz, we don't want an extra mouth to feed that he could snitch on us. That's my concern.
He's kind of too terrified to do that.
Also, at some point, somebody's going to ask questions why we haven't why we haven't transferred this guy to like a penal a penal brigade or something.
We could just say we're taking him to his mother so he can get really guilty.
And you also don't necessarily have to drop him off. You could drop him off anywhere, I suppose. So you guys have the wheels and the mobility. You could push him out if you wanted to.
I mean, we can do that. We see a bunch of refugees on the way, so we'll just let them deal with Pavel.
Okay, so you just
It'll be
pull over.
interesting to just let him live on the wildlands. He can at least try to redeem himself to his own people.
Well, he actually objects for whatever reason. He says, "Hey, keep me with you. I could be translator." And he, jabs himself in the chest. "Hey, I'm good. I know Polish. Who here knows Polish?"
I jab him with the AK that I've been. I jab him with the AK, my AK. But yeah.
Okay, he's like, okay, but you know, okay. He just turns. He looks really dejected. I mean, he used to be cock of the walk back there at this roadblock. But now life has just really dealt him an unfair hand. So he slouches off. He does the peanuts walk off into the ruins there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to tell him we might be heading to Soviet HQ. Do you really want to head there, Pavel?
He just gives a dismissive wave over his shoulder. He doesn't even turn around and look back. He looks sad.
Yeah. So the sad music from the Incredible Hulk plays, right?
Right.
It's in a pretty good condition for having his head half blown off.
That's true.
Yeah, no, it's like Izzy's like slowly reaches for her gun. Finish the job. Licks the tip of her finger, rubs it on the front sight, aims. I'm just kidding.
Don't do that while we're driving.
All right.
Oh, I didn't. I thought we'd stop to drop off Pavel.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying that.
So Pavel just walks off into the smoking distance. He's looking pretty dejected. So Izzy puts it back in gear, and away you go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the way the encounters work here is the person scouting gets to roll a passive recon roll. So Jake, that's you.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
And so Magrito, just so you know, we've been using just Roll20 dice bot here to do our rolls. We have a channel in Discord where we could actually roll the dice, but because Cody's recording, he doesn't get to see the dice rolls.
There you go.
You walk, yeah. Oh wow, check that.
Oh,
Nice. So you see up on the road ahead, you see about it's probably about half a kilometer, about 500 meters. You see a Russian tank. Now, you've seen one Russian tank already, but that was just a derelict. But this one is actually, you see a big plume of that black diesel exhaust, and it pulls up onto the roadbed ahead of you, out from behind some old buildings. It's not aiming. It's not pointing in your direction. In fact, you see there's some people standing on top of it. It's almost like acting more like a transport at this moment. And it pulls up on the roadbed and stops, and you see 2 or 3 people standing on top of it. So since you've spotted it before they've spotted you, you have options what to do. You can keep going, you can pull off the road, or some other action.
Izzy, how many rounds do you have for that for the RPG?
she raises her middle finger. Frowns a little bit.
All right. I don't think we want to waste that.
I mean, all we have to do is just wave at them and drive by.
Yeah,
That's true. Yeah. You've been bluffing your way now, and since your vehicle's got Soviet markings and or actually Polish markings, I should say, it's worked once.
Did the so this is Polish? Did the okay? So this is a Polish UAZ.
Yeah.
Do we want to change those markings at some point, either to replace them with Russian or like a Polish or USR
I think I
lines?
would have put in like something like scratched onto Cyrillic at the very least, because I've been
Yeah,
the UAZ's mechanic.
Yeah, we'll say that's
Under
a
new management.
That's right.
It's a liberated the people's UAZ.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, then. So plan is to just try and sort of just drive around them.
I think that's the best plan.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean the big thing is they are not really expecting us. So you know, you don't want to like kick down the door to someone that is like that right away.
Right.
It's also the plot of the Hidden Fortress.
Okay, so you're approaching, and you're getting there, you're getting closer, and are you gonna drive like super fast, Izzy, or just kind of casual, like?
Let me find a gift to best represent it.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said there. Was it?
Just checking table alpha text.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So.
So ludicrous speed, yeah. So you're driving, I guess we'll say average speed. And then at one point you see that the tank commander who's standing on the top of his tank, he sees you guys coming and he starts waving like energetically. Negrito, this is where you are. You're with these guys on the tank. You're one of the passengers on the back of the tank, and just so you know, this commander is trying to get two of these wounded soldiers on the back of his tank off to get some medical attention. So you've joined them at some point. I'll let you describe your why you're with these guys on the tank. But what you know is this commander's sort of desperate to get these wounded guys back to Sieradz.
And to think we were going to blow up Negrito's character.
I was waiting for that. I was like, oh, cool. Thanks, guy. Yeah, so I
go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say that.
I guess if he's waving at us, I'll get out of the car, introduce myself as Private Izzy Katzman, 5th Motor Streltsky Brigade.
And sorry, go ahead. And Negrito, you were going to say?
Oh, did you want me to like come in right now, or because I'm thinking my guys like if Carl's playing it cool, assessing the situation on the back, you know.
Okay. And Carl, are you dressed as a civilian, or are you in military gear, or?
Yeah, he's dressed in looks kind of like what would you say, like not like officers' clothes, but sort of there's no rank insignia.
Oh, okay. But like army fatigues, essentially.
Yeah, Soviet.
Okay, cool. And so you ask Izzy to pull over then, Katzman, and then you pull out or hop out.
Yeah, phrasing.
Okay. So you give yourself that title. What was it?
Private Izzy Katzman. What can I do for you, sir?
Okay, the captain just he seems in a rush. He's agitated. He hops down. you notice that the tanks received some battle damage. Looks like it took a penetrating round to the lower turret, and it's scarred and smoking, but it's running on diesel fuel. It smells like you haven't smelled for a while. And mhm. And
The
he runs
enjoyable
around
smell
to.
of diesel fuel.
He runs around. He's got a submachine gun slung over his back, and he comes up to you. You need to take these men now back to Sieradz. They don't got much time. And he just turns his back to it. He runs over to the tank, and he yells up to Magrito, help me! And he climbs half up the tank and starts easing one of these wounded soldiers, which is the tank's former gunner. He's been hurt really badly.
Okay. I do have a med kit. Could I try to do like a stabilization roll for these guys?
Sure, you want to rip back to the Jeep and get a med kit? Or you have one on you?
Yeah, I think it's on my hip, if I'm assuming this is how these med kits work.
Yeah, well, the med kit, maybe. Everyone has bandages usually on their webbing, which is a very sort of simple wound, like a blood clotting sort of thing.
Yeah, basically.
But the med kit and stuff might be different. But yeah, you're welcome to try. He needs some help pulling this guy down off the tank.
Yeah, so I'm going to get that going, let them know I have a medical kit, all of that. I have some basic rudimentary knowledge. I also have tech, and I'm familiar with Soviet military vehicles, so I could also check to see what's up with the tank, too.
Okay. Well, right now, the tank commander is just trying to get this guy off the tank. So, Margrito, do you help?
Yeah. So Carl helps him, get the stretcher off the back of the tank. And are we moving it toward the car, or are we just putting it on the ground?
There's not even a stretcher.
Oh, he's just on there. Okay, yeah. So we just
Mhm.
we're like lifting this dude's almost dead body off the back of the tank.
Yeah, he's pretty mangled. He's like, there's a part of him that's barely attached anymore. Like
Okay.
his lower leg. So the sergeant is hopeful and maybe looking a little desperate. But you guys looking at this wounded gunner, he's almost gone. But yeah, you lower him to the roadbed, and Izzy, you're gonna start taking a look at him.
Yeah,
Medical.
I'm going to try to do
check.
a look at them. Let me look at one. I need to see what a med kit does as it gets to class plus, flat plus.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, then, so let's roll.
Yeah, good successes. So you managed to stabilize him a little bit. He's still he's gonna have to make a death roll basically, but you're not sure. You've given him much more time, but you managed to ease some of the bleeding. But he's lost a whole lot of blood already. The sergeant is kind of pacing. He's like,
This is military uniform. They put the blood type on the front. What's his blood type?
it's O negative. So, what about Izzy and Jake and Bertha? What are you guys doing while this is going on?
Well, I'm gonna see if I have some basic medical training because I was kind of conscripted to help my folks who were also conscripted by the U.S. forces to serve as field nurse, as field medics, or
Right.
not field medics, but as medical staff. So I kind of look with big concern. I kind of nod to Izzy to see if she needs any help with stabilizing this guy.
Well, I thought Izzy,
Okay.
or Katzman rather, was at the tank. Right?
And whoever was helping, I might have misheard that.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I mean,
think-
I'm
so-
working on stabilizing the gunner. The other guy looks fine enough that he's going to make it, right?
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, and Jake, you're just chilling in the truck in the Jeep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay low in the
Okay.
Jeep.
Izzy's got
Sounds
her
good.
elbow on the dashboard, her hand and or her head and her chin just fantasizes like the tank is almost blown up. That rocket could get it, but I'm not gonna waste it. But it would be so awesome to see it go up in flames, but I can't.
Is,
Daydreams.
Is someone in the driver's seat of the Jeep?
That would be Izzy, Mike.
That's it.
Yeah, Cody's character. I'll just be getting that going. I'll be asking if they have like any alcohol we can use as fuel, so we can just really burn it to get these people over to HQ.
No, the sergeant he's just rubbing his chin and looking down at his gunner, and he sort of absentmindedly looks at you and he just shakes his head. No, we're running diesel. I don't have much to spare. I have none to spare. Come on, let's get him.
It doesn't matter. It's going to be a pain to convert it back to the regular fuel. So, who do I report to over in the base?
There's a military hospital in the southern side of Sieradz. Take him there.
Okay, we're gonna haul ass over there, sir. So, I'll say I'll be dismissed, and then let the others know, and then also get Magrito in too. So, Carl, is it?
Carl. Yeah, I'm speaking in Russian.
Oh God, I'm like, oh, thank God, a fellow countryman. You know, there's like a certain point where I'll just speak it in Russian. Like maybe Bertha gets is like, one of the Americans completely scares me. I think it's all those.
Whoa!
Okay, so we got Magrito piles in, and we put in the wounded. There's 2 wounded. One is an arm wound, and then the gunner who's near death. So it gets really crowded in there quickly. So you've got essentially overloaded. So some people are going to have to double up,
Is there
or
any
you're going to have to
comment?
boot someone up.
Is there any comment on the fact that there is at least one person like clad in U.S. Army woodland?
Well, you guys still have, unless you've geared up again, I'm assuming you still have your gear sort of stripped back. You're wearing just your t-shirts
No,
with
Izzy
your.
never did that.
So would you refuse to do that?
Well, I didn't realize I was going to have to do that, but
I mean, you did when
Well, that's
you
how we got through the roadblock.
Well,
So yeah, got through the first rush.
Well, what happened was when they were at the roadblock, so Izzy went off on her own, as per requested, to scope out the vehicles, and then somebody drove over to Izzy. He's like, "All right, get in."
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. So, Izzy, you're still in your NATO combat gear and everything. Jake is stripped back a little bit more.
Oh.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's up to whoever wants to take a look. But Magrito's hopping in. The wounded guys aren't they're not caring about who is wearing what. They're mostly interested in getting to a hospital.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to like keep them calm. All of this, let them know if Bertha actually has medical experience. Just make sure to keep them awake. All of that.
Yeah, if you pass me the med kit, I can take over from that since I wasn't, now that Powell's been dumped, I wasn't really doing anything else.
Yeah, sure. I'll let you use the med kit as well. So let her know as I don't have that much medical supplies. But yeah.
Let me know when you need me to. That's a +1. I'll just add it to my sheet for now.
Yeah.
So I'll be like, the gunner is definitely going to get all the morphine. And then wounded. Who was the other wounded guy?
Well, there's Yuri, who's the loader, who's wounded. He's walking wounded. He's been stunned and had smoke inhalation. His mouth and chin are all black from smoke, and he's suffered a serious arm wound. And then the other guy is Arcady. He's the gunner, and he's almost dead.
Okay, cool. So I'll have Bertha look at Yuri, make sure the arm is fine, and make sure that's leveled. we'll keep an eye on Arcadia as we get going. So I'll tell the driver to really put the pedal to the metal.
Okay. And Arcady is stretched out in the back, essentially half on a seat and half on the floor. You guys get his blood on you, and it's really tight. So Katzman, once you squeeze in last, you've got a part of Arcady's, like his lower half, across your lap, basically.
Yeah.
It's jam-packed.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like trying to get 8 people in a 4-door sedan. I know.
Little clown car. Like when you pull up, it's going to be pretty funny and everyone piles up. So, and then you hit the road. Back into gear and start trucking. The commander just waves you off, sort of like, go, go. The commander to the tank. And now they're all jammed into this UAZ and rolling down the highway.
Carl talks to. So Katzman is Russian. Is anybody else Russian?
No, there's Berta, who's Polish.
I was in elementary school when the decommunization happened, so I only know a tiny bit of Russian. I don't think they really prioritized it after that.
Okay, so I turn. Carl turns to Katzman and basically he's like, "Are you guys Americans?" Because he can tell. I mean, you're wearing the NATO thing. He can tell.
Some of them are Americans. Some of them are actually. That one is Canadian. Their unit has been destroyed, so they're just following me. Trying to get back to Woosh, and perhaps to my home, back in Siberia. Oh, too, where do you go?
Sorry, I missed the last.
I'm asking you, where do you come from? Where are you from?
I was stationed in Belarus, and ended up. How do you pronounce? Is it Kalish?
Kalish.
Kalish.
Yeah.
Yeah, it basically explains that he was in Kalish as part of a Soviet detachment for the past few months.
You got separated from your squad too?
You could say that.
Yeah. My squad basically, I got separated and I became their POWs. Now we're friends.
Okay, so the vehicle keeps on trucking. You go another hex, and you pass some stragglers in the fields again. There's a great you see sort of the main rail line, the east-west rail line comes along and joins next to the highway and heads off into Sieradz. That's this here on the map. But you don't see any trains running on it, and in fact, the tracks are blown in a few places. You see a pall of smoke. You come up to the interchange on the highway here, and from a distance, you don't even need to make a recon roll. You can see that it's a sort of a heavily occupied area. There's vehicles, there's troops and roadblocks up ahead. So your options are continuing still, or do you want to take any other plans?
We got wounded, so I'm gonna tell the people patrolling the roadblock I need to get these people over to the hospital.
Yeah. So okay. So you're just gonna pull up to the roadblock. They wave you down. It's a pretty scattered and motley group. You see different services of Soviet forces. There's even some Zomo, which are not sure I'm pronouncing it right, but Polish police, like federal police that are remained with the Eastern Bloc, allied with the Soviet forces. They're not well liked amongst the general Polish population. But it's a Zomo officer who pulls you over. They apparently have adopted the role of sort of military police, and
probably tell Izzy just to look more casual too. But during this, I'll be like, we got wounded here. Basically a loader and a gunner. The gunner doesn't have much time. Can we please get going?
Okay, well, he puts his hand on the side mirror as your Jeep is idling. Yeah, and he looks at Izzy, and
Izzy just kind of
the
smiles and lightly waves a little bit.
uh-huh. And so then he looks past you into the back with all the blood and gore back there. Then he looks back at Izzy and over at Jake.
Izzy
And,
waves a little more firmly that time.
And so then the guard looks slightly confused because you know from previous encounter with the Russian roadblock, they're looking for stragglers and deserters from the American side. So, but he asks, so where are these guys? He points at the wounded. Where are they from? He says in Polish.
I'll have Berta translate for me as I explained to them. We met in a friendly T-72.
I can just yell. I'll just yell that if it's in Polish. Yeah, I'll just yell back in Polish when he says that. Yeah, and if I have a, so yeah, I yell at him. Yeah, they picked heading back. Coming in from Calais, picked these two up. Just how many clicks down the road?
That's about 30 now. Well, maybe actually no, it was only 10, I guess. When
Picked them up 10 clicks down the road. They were their tank broke. Their lone tank broke down. Just needed to be rescued.
Yeah, so he just kind of nods at you, and then Yuri, the gunner, he just screams in Russian, "Let us do, you stupid fucking idiots!" Because his buddy's also dying, and the Zomo guy looks a little shocked. He understands some Russian too. He's like, okay. So he waves you guys through, and he says, and he points up the highway to Sieradz, and he says, just you'll see the hospital at the outskirts of the town. Just keep going.
I'll say thanks in Polish and we'll get going.
Okay. So you head north up into Sieradz, and let's see, Sieradz. So I have a low quality map of Sieradz. You guys hopefully can see this.
I'm just waiting for it to render.
Yeah, this is just a screen grab from Google Earth. But this river here is the Varta River.
River up north?
It travels. Yeah. And the town itself, the hospital is right here in the south central part of town. And as you're coming into Sieradz, you pass lots of stragglers, Soviet forces, Zomo police, and refugees mixed in, and it's quite a gaggle. Everyone's mostly on foot, but you're driving along, and you meet another roadblock here at the outskirts of Sieradz, and it's more Zomo police, and they stop you. Same thing. Guy comes up to the Jeep and he asks you in Russian, "What's this? Where are you going?"
We got wounded here. The gunner is in critical condition.
Oh, okay. He waves you. He points you south along this road, and he indicates that the hospital is right here on the map.
Cool.
So there's lots of walking wounded along the road you pass, and eventually you get to the outskirts of Sieradz here. The town looks like it's been fought over, and is in rough shape, but the hospital itself is in pretty good condition. We can tell there's lots of people, soldiers, wounded, people standing around, few working vehicles, maybe acting as ambulances. But it's a big conglomeration of people, almost all Eastern Bloc Soviet forces. And so Jake and Izzy, you're feeling slightly conspicuous amongst them all, but no one seems to be looking or paying much attention since you're kind of far behind the lines at this point and still inside the vehicle. So what's your plan at this point?
And let him know is if he can find basically like uniforms for our American compatriots so they don't stick out.
Who did you ask?
Carl, the other Russian.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing.
We're going to the
Let's-
hospital.
let's get these-
Some we can just pick up. We'll just have to.
Yeah,
like,
I was gonna say, let's-
like.
We can just rate. We can. They probably have a laundry there. We can just rate it.
Yeah, let's move these wounded in there, and as we're moving them in there, we can pick up some uniforms for these guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll ask for their shoe sizes. I know Jim was 23.
Yeah, shoe sizes.
European, not American.
You could just reuse their moves. I mean,
Okay, so you get Yuri gets out and he goes and finds some guys. Some other soldiers come over that are kind of wearing these yellow vests that may indicate they're working for part of the medical forces here for the Soviets. And they're smoking and just kind of taking it easy. They look pretty disinterested in their task. But they slowly help get Arcadia onto a stretcher. And Yuri just also joins them and they take him away. You see they get to like a triage area. And there's looks like a medic. And the medic just points to the orderlies to take Arcadia over to where the morgue is. And Yuri, I guess, starts getting into a shouting argument.
I'm going to actually get into a shouting argument about that too. I'm going to also tell Bertha to come with. She's also has medical training and can assist.
Yep. We'll do.
I think
Okay,
do
so
I'm
there's-
going to be along the lines of like, Jesus fucking Christ, don't do this.
Yeah, so this it's a Russian medic who just looked at Arcadia and basically just said, "No way." And Yuri's like, "What are you talking about? He's still breathing." That kind of argument. But
Yeah.
the medic's already moved on to.
Like, for God's sake, these are our own people. You can't just like write them off like that. You need help. You can ask for it. I have some medical training. She has medical training. We can try to help push him out through.
So the medic stops and he kind of looks at you really tired. You know, looks like he's been awake for like 72 hours straight, and he just shrugs. Be my guest, and then he goes back to triaging the guy he's on. So you guys are going to continue working on Arcady?
Well,
Yeah,
can
try to do that.
we perform our own triage to figure out if he is right?
Yeah, you can. I think the medic is just. I think the feeling you get is he doesn't want to waste any resources on someone who most likely won't make it, but he's making some tough choices too.
I mean, this is like he doesn't have all the resources. There's also lots of wounded, and he has to prioritize. It's like that sort of thing of like he's got to be very mechanical with it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, no,
So, yeah.
I can tell from a glance who's going to make it, who's not. He might make it. We put a lot of effort, but I don't think it'll be worth it to just save one guy when we can save 10.
Mm. So I know it's tough choices. So you can, if you want to, you can continue make another roll on Arcady, but there's no without a real doctor having a look at him. Odds are he won't make it.
So, what's your empathy and medical aid, Bertha?
I got a 10. I got a 10-8, or a BC, I guess.
Yeah, I'll let you deal with that, as I'll just go ahead and just check to see what else I can do as a support side, because I don't have a skill in medical aid.
So we have the one medical kit. Is that going to be applicable here, John?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
All right, so
It's
that will upgrade to a 12 to an AC.
Okay.
Let's see. I think. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Just trying to remember how did the two different the two different die types at the same time.
I was
Yeah.
slash roll 1d(x) plus 1d(x). The x being what is the die size, so 1d12 plus 1d10.
There we go. 2 successes.
Nice. Okay, well, he actually becomes slightly conscious. Even he looks up at you and he's murmurs something about like he's grateful for the nurse, and the medic actually hears Arcady mumble and talk a little bit, and he comes back and takes a check at Arcady, checks his vitals again, and he kind of just gives you like kind of slightly embarrassed look to Bertha.
I just shrug. Looked worse than must have looked worse than it was. I kind of say that in Polish.
Yeah.
Okay, I kind of turned to him. Do you also again just asking in Polish? Do you have a do you have a laundry? The group needs was looking for a fresh uniforms.
Sure.
Got a lot of the radioactive dust out of Kelly's, and everything probably need to be probably need to dump that and get decontaminated ones.
Yeah, he nods it. He just gestures over his shoulder with the thumb, and you look over there. And you already see Carl, sort of over at the eastern side of the building there. And Carl, you've walked into this area where there's some pretty disheartening signs. There's essentially the equivalent of a pit filled with dead. So there's horrible smells, and it's an open air morgue essentially. There's some people spreading sort of dirt and digging more graves, but there's also not too far apart. There's just a great big pile of discarded uniforms and stuff. And so the guy you asked kind of gestured at that pile of uniforms and boots, and said you can find whatever's clean enough.
Yeah, so I start rifling through the Carl starts rifling through the uniforms, looking for cleanish.
Yeah. Since Bertha was able to get the medic on a good point, I'll ask him if he needs any blood donated.
Yeah, he looks at you kind of surprised. He's like, but yeah, and he points you to a white tent over not too far from where the UAZ is, and says, yeah, we'll take what you can give.
Okay, yeah.
So
I'll let Bertha know she's free to either do this or not. Once our friends get their uniforms and such, they can be free to also do this as well. I'll be heading in to do that.
okay. And Izzy and Jake, are you guys just staying in the Jeep basically, or what are you guys up to?
Yeah, I'm thinking, why are we going deeper into Soviet territory?
You like sink down to like the bottom of the window level.
Yeah, and then there's the tense scene when you see a secret police guy go up, and then he's like, "Oh my God, Donald Duck, awesome!" Mask.
Oh yeah, you found the Donald Duck mask.
I mean, while we're waiting in the car, we do have a copy of Twilight 2000.
That's right. Great RPG. Okay, so you got Yuri. Yuri's grateful. Hey, and Bertha. Yuri just shakes your hand, grabs you by the forearm, and gives you a grateful expression, a look. He's all super tired. He's basically just lies down next to Arcady and looks like he's gonna have a sleep. But some other the medic calls over. He gets the attention of a couple of orderlies, and they come over and they start taking both Yuri and Magrito Yuri and Arcady into the hospital. So well done. Probably got Arcady the attention he needs.
Good.
And and Katzman and Berta, you guys then go and give some blood.
Bertha, she wants to. I'm gonna have her go help Carl, and then
I'm sorry. I don't trust the cleanliness on this place. With this, I'm kind of this. This does not look sanitary, and I from experience.
yeah,
So.
I just say that sanitary. I just laugh and just be like, okay, go help Carl.
Also, I'm pretty sure that personal med kit that got used up. So at least by now, so I'll remove it from the sheet.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
So I met it. If you can, I'll try to see if I can get another med kit for us then.
Do we want to swipe? Yeah, we could actually, if we're playing Get Out of Here, it might be a good idea to steal some surgical instruments or something that can help us permanently.
That'd be a lot of shit to steal.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna steal. I'm not even to say that. What do I roll to steal?
Well, it's a little bit situational, but I
Probably
think
manipulation or recon.
if you were
also
going
along
to,
the lines of like not directly antagonizing them, so we might be able to get that as a thing too.
Well, I'm hoping we can actually get some surgical grade equipment kit that we can then sterilize later, just in case someone again like Pavel back there get their head half blown off, and we can put that back to try to squeeze that back together.
Yeah. That's cool. Hey, you guys, I need to take just a 10-minute break. So back amongst yourselves. See you back in 10.
Right on.
Also, we should probably, if we're going to be moving through Soviet territory, we should probably make cover stories, just so we're all consistent.
I think we should turn around and start heading to Krakow.
I think either way, don't we want to cross? Don't we still want to cross the bridge here?
Depends on
No.
like where do we really want to go? We decided to go south to see what magical stuff is there, but we also don't have that much fuel to make it south.
Well,
But I mean, we're going north. We're heading almost north now.
Yeah, we're heading east right now to Woosh.
Northeast, yeah.
But no, Sieradz, it's actually a crossroads, so we can just start heading south from here. But
Yeah.
it might be good to try to see if we can get some supplies and all that before we continue further.
my only concern is that if we're taking the south route, it's going to be pretty tough. It's going to be a bit tougher terrain. There's just not a lot. There won't be any big towns that way. Probably less Soviets, but just have more marauders. And honestly, it's been relatively easy to move to get past these encounters. So we have
I mean,
we're
the thing
heading
is,
straight in.
these people are not expecting someone to do something stupid and charge headlong. And as long as you're not doing something like that, it should be fine to just continue going.
until we run
But I
into
mean,
until we run into KGB, and then they.
I know, but what's our goal if we keep heading deep into Russia? I don't understand what the end game is.
Well, for Katzman, he wants to get back to his shitty apartment.
Yes,
All blown up.
I do not.
Are there airplanes in this game? I didn't see any in the rulebook.
No helicopters either.
Technically, there's airplanes, but you know how fucking expensive it is to have an airplane going.
Airplane, yeah, I think an airplane is more like a hazard rather than a vehicle you'd be driving.
I mean, we can head east and head north, try to find a boat, and make sure you guys can get back home. We can also just use the river here and see if we can just get a boat to go north. So yeah, I mean, it's about what are the ultimate end goals for this group.
I mean, what are people's big dreams? I know, for me, for Berta, she wants to get to Krakow, to get to, I guess, seems like the only real, independent Polish civilization, and try to figure out what's going on, help rebuild there. Everything else is just, wasteland.
Yeah, I mean, my big dream is just to be able to get away from all this fighting. I am done fighting. They made me fight for 2+ years. I think I'm done. How about Carl? What is his big dream?
Carl wants to figure out what the hell happened with the Operation Reset. It didn't go as planned.
Carl is a spy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Shh.
Oh, maybe the answer is that the opposite fought harder than you guys realize, because you're military intelligence.
Yeah. Carl, I mean, out of game, Carl is like a double agent.
Yeah.
But he's playing off like he's Russian right now, but he's an American.
So by double agent, do you mean like are you pretending to be a KGB mole in the as like a political officer in the Russian military? It's actually a CIA or whatever agent, or what?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But he was in his role as a KGB. He was embedded in the military as a soldier. To like keep tabs on the unit. So that's why he's dressed in soldier clothes.
Do you have KGB
Oh my
paperwork?
God! If he finds out you're KGB, he'll just be like, okay, yes.
I'll admit that I think KGB paperwork could get us to basically anywhere in this through anywhere we want in Soviet lands until we
Holy
run the
shit,
real
yeah,
KGB.
you can just wave your KGB card and we'll get all the supplies we need.
Yeah, he doesn't have any of that paperwork with him.
God damn it!
But he could bluff it. But yeah, he doesn't. That's too easy.
Oh, what's your empathy and social skills?
It's pretty high. He was here. Hold on.
I got
Yeah.
him in as
Yeah, I got him a B, empathy. He's mostly spec'd for intelligence though.
okay, yeah, because my intelligence is B with C's on recon and tech, but empathy is an A with an A in persuasion and a D in command.
Nice.
So I'm still a fucking squad leader. Thanks.
Yeah.
So you're probably going to be like drilling me about all I know about this thing, like Operation Reset. What do you know about when you were a prisoner of the American lines?
Maybe at some point.
I'll be like, yes, they always woke me up by beating the hell out of me. Then they go give me a loaf of bread, but break it in half, saying, this is all you're going to eat. Then they beat me to sleep. Then they just opened the door and started running, and then I decided to go ahead and leave. I saw myself out.
I think right now Carl is mostly concerned about linking up with the other like Americans, to kind of see what's going on.
The war just brings out very ugliness in people.
Yeah.
I mean, Izzy was crazy even prior to the war, or to the, like nukes flying.
Yeah, I guess as if you really like showcase some of that tendencies, Catson is going to be a bit nervous.
She already has. Like, quick. Yeah, I mean, out of characters, like Izzy's no real, like, just pretty much just only interested in fighting when she feels like completely at home out in a world ravaged by war. But I mean, is completely loyal to the group at large.
I mean, the big thing is you just remind me of that one NPC in the old books that's like, they pull a specific card and they say he loves the current status quo of everyone's suffering because he gets to hurt people. I'm like, holy shit, this guy really is a bad guy. And he's in Krakow. So the Free City of Krakow was really fucked up, guys.
Well, I mean, with my character, I mean, she's not in it to, like, hurt people. She just enjoys the thrill of combat, so.
Yo, guys.
Hey.
Hey.
All right. So,
Hey, what up?
okay. So, in the south, at the hospital, Carl's going through uniforms, and you find probably 2 full good candidates, including boots. Just minor wear associated with the previous owner. A few bullet holes, maybe some stains of undeterminate origin, but they function pretty well. And Berta, were you thinking of going into the hospital and like reconnoitering some light-fingered thieving activity?
Yes, I would like to see if there's some surplus medical supplies that we could requisition. That's a great idea. Yeah, I'm the things I'm interested in. So I'm looking around. It'd be nice to snag. One thing that's be small, easy to snag is just like a surgical kit. Scalpels, forceps, something. Again, things that we could use to take a bullet out of someone would be great.
Sure.
Drugs, of course, morphine, probably more to trade. It's light. It's light. It's going to be very valuable, so it's going to just probably be a good substitution for currency. And then also again, I don't think I'm not brave enough. I'm not stupid. I don't think we're going to be able to get a full like doctor's bag out of it. So I'll be content. And also just grab some like maybe see if I can put together a personal first aid kit from some bandages, splints, and a tourniquet and stuff. But yeah.
Okay.
So what do you want? So let's see. I think the approach that I would like to take, just based on my stats, is let's see. I have a BD in manipulation and a 10 a BC in recon. So I guess if I can choose, I'll just use recon to just kind of slip in and look around and just see what I can snag and quickly pocket before anyone notices.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Then go ahead and make a recon roll.
All right.
For your stealthiness. And you just really want to avoid any mishaps.
Yeah, I agree. What?
Ooh.
Oh, I messed up. So that was the D10. Let me actually roll the D8. Just one success.
Okay. So you do find a med kit for sure. Plus, you also find a syringe and bottle of morphine. It's one of those little bottles, right?
Yeah, just a dose of pain reliever. Cool.
Yeah. Cool. And so, go ahead.
Yeah. So if that's what I got, then I'll shove that into my jean pockets. I guess I don't know. I may have had a chance to put on some slightly oversized canvas or Soviet khakis. So that should give me plenty of pockets.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, cool. And sorry, Magrito, you were going to you come back to the vehicle with your gear. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I bring the the somewhat clean uniforms and back to the Jeep, and I peer through the window, and in English I start talking to them like, here's your clothes, you guys, and then I reveal to them that I'm an American, but that's all I say.
I wondered why you didn't smell like a Russian.
And I'm just like, we got to stick together. We'll talk later.
Right then, I'll put on the uniform.
So Jake, well, also before Magrito gets there, but just make a passive recon roll, and same with you, Izzy. Sorry.
Oh, with what, a recon roll?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Just a straight up roll.
Okay. And then also she, I was just finishing the rest of the thing. Okay. So
Yeah.
My recon is, let me check my character sheet. Just flat recon. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
Damn.
Awesome.
I was too busy bemoaning my figure and trying to fit into my pants to notice what was going on.
Well, this is even before Magrito's just handed the clothes into the Jeep.
Oh.
And And then all three of you suddenly notice there's a Russian standing at the driver's side door, like right behind Izzy's
Shit, so
left
my joke
shoulder.
lost all its weight. Fuck.
Yeah, sorry.
God damn it. I
So
was
this,
just following along with Jim. Or not Jim, Jake.
yeah.
He was saying he was getting dressed.
So
I was like, okay.
this, there's a Russian at the door, and he's kind of leaning casually against the door, and he's smoking a cigarette. It's just a stub is left almost. And he asks you in Russian, Izzy, where'd you get this Jeep? Now, you don't speak or understand Russian, do you?
No.
And neither do you, Jake.
No.
Carl's
But
not there
Magrito,
yet.
yeah, Carl, you're there. You were just throwing the clothes in, and basically the clothes are piled on Jake and Izzy's lap, and you're on the passenger side, standing outside the passenger side door. And I think Berta and Katzman are in and around the entrance to the hospital. I think Katzman's giving blood.
Yeah,
in the
we're
tent.
not there. So.
Yeah.
I'll say yet.
He just raises one eyebrow and looks across at you, Jake, and then his brows furrow together a little bit. He takes a drag on his cigarette, and he kind of blows smoke into Izzy's face, and he's looking Izzy up and down uniform, and he asks you a long question in Russian. Magrito, you understand this question, but he's basically saying. So I'm curious why NATO soldiers driving around the Polish Jeep in the Russian rear area. He blows a little bit more smoke. But you just kind of you don't know what he's asking.
Like slowly turns to look at Carl like, and it just sort of has like this arm sort of gesture like what? Like, she doesn't say anything. She just sort of turns at him with an incredulous look and just sort of holds her arm and is just like, "Do you know what he's saying? Because I sure as hell don't." Guess I shouldn't have been slacking off during the linguistics course.
So I guess Carl would have to like answer for them if they don't want to get their asses kicked, right?
I think it's more of a concern if that guy doesn't want to get his ass kicked.
Well, this guy is wearing Soviet uniform. It looks like he's got officer insignia underneath his.
Does he have a gun?
Like he's wearing an overcoat that doesn't have insignia, but underneath he's revealing a little bit of an officer's uniform. So Magrito, Carl has heard all of this, and yeah, I like that. Where'd you get those clothes? Yes. So what do you do?
I'm inclined to because I definitely want to. I'm going to throw in with these guys because they're the only Americans I've seen for a while. So I'm inclined to play my KGB card and sort of step up and talk to him, telling him that we're KGB and we were undercover, that kind of thing. I don't have any paperwork though, just so you know.
Okay. So go ahead and make a persuasion roll on this guy. And there's a few modifiers we can look at here.
So I got psyops.
Nice.
So do I add that to the dice roll, or how does?
Yeah. So with your psyops will give you a +1 bonus to persuasion rolls. So when you are considering your dice, so you'll roll your base agility or your base dice, which will be empathy, I believe, right? Or is it wits for persuasion?
It's empathy.
And what's your dice on that? Your level, is it A or B?
I got a B on empathy and a C in persuasion.
Okay, cool. So you'd roll at the base level, you'd roll a D10 and a D8. But since you have psyops, you get to step up your highest dice to the next highest dice. So that would make your D10 a D12. So then you'd roll a D12 and a D8.
Okay.
And you want successes, but let's see if there's any other modifiers in this instance.
No proving paperwork, so that's going to probably be a -1. KGB rank are not going to apply, so he's not going to like lose it because he's a lower rank than the guy.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so each of there's a few factors here. Yeah. So go ahead and I'm gonna roll with a -1. So it's gonna take your D8. When you have a negative modifier, you step down your lower dice. So we're gonna take your D8 and make it a D6. And now do you and what do you tell him actually?
Yeah, telling them
Oh,
that
right.
we were. What was the town we were just from?
Uh,
Kalish or something like that. Like I'll say,
yeah, Kalish. Mhm.
yeah, we were. Kalish, yeah, we were embedded with the 5th Battalion with their forces at Kalish, and we need to make it back to Soviet lines because the entire army has been disbanded and we were recalled by Central Command or something like that.
Okay. So then go ahead and roll your D12 and your D6. And you can do that in Roll20 or in the Alpha channel.
I rolled it there.
Nice.
Woohoo!
Okay, success. So, so he looks at you appraisingly. That was all persuasion and not so much empathy. But yeah. And he finishes off his cigarette and he sort of taps it out under his boot. And he says, I think you should come with me. And we'll just have a little discussion about your unit. It's all good, he says to you. No worries. We'll just have a little conversation over here. And he gestures over towards where the morgue is.
Woo! I'm gonna bum a cigarette from him if I can.
Okay.
Sure.
What do you tell your American friends what to say in case someone decides to ask him again?
I don't know if I have time to do that, do I?
Yeah, no, you don't have time. So you notice now for the first time also that he has a couple bodyguards with him. They're wearing like black leather jackets under their overcoats. They look like they might be KGB thugs. This is Magrido.
Ah.
You recognize this.
Ah, good.
So one of the thugs stays near the Jeep, like just within, I don't know, like hand grenade range, watching. And the other guy accompanies this officer as you guys stroll over to the morgue area. And he offers you a cigarette. He's also got an American lighter. And he helps you get your cigarette lit. And he makes a formal introduction of himself. My name's Captain Rabinski. Who may I have the pleasure? And he asks you.
I'm Carl Papa.
Oh, Papa.
Does KGB have ranks? I don't know.
They
Yeah,
do.
they do. They're like, yeah.
It's mostly God. This first directory or second directory?
Because the spook
Military
archetype doesn't
ranks
have a
prefer-
rank. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just use military ranks.
Mhm. So go ahead, Magrido.
Oh, I was just saying so that I use the spook archetype and it doesn't say it has a rank, so I didn't put one in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. But you'd be equivalent of, I guess, of an officer, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, like maybe captain level, possibly.
Okay, yeah. So I'll let them know I'm Captain Papa. Like in the KGB, like basically what my cover was before the shit hit the fan.
Cool. Okay, and he after you light your cigarette, he kind of gives you this little, what you thought for a second was like a wink, and he uses a code word that you recognize that he is also not Russian.
Nice.
Yeah, and you guys both masterfully hide your surprise at each other. So he says he basically has a frank conversation with you in Russian, in code though at the same time, like within earshot of his guy. But you guys have a conversation basically in spookies,
The crap.
where he's basically saying, "What the fuck are you doing here?" You know, like you've got NATO soldiers sitting in the middle of a car park, surrounded by Russians, and lucky for you, I found you first, kind of thing.
And I relay to him basically, you know, what happened. I threw in with them from the tank, recognizing them as Americans because I was isolated from anybody. And I got this busted radio.
Right.
I lost all contact, you know.
Okay. Well, he says, well, we should have a proper debrief, but as you know, I kind of think of this as a boon for me, personally. You guys could really help me out here, and I kind of feel like I'm gonna adopt you. It's my own wandering little group of operators. I can't. So you should let your men know that we're going to just sequester you and your Jeep. We'll park over here in this, and he indicates a building about a half block away. And just going to do a little debrief with you all. Sound fair?
Sounds fair. Now let's just want to retcon a little bit. Should we should I let the Americans know that I'm American and he's American, or play it cool? I'm not sure.
That's kind of up to you.
You can trust him.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm going to go back and relay the message to Izzy and Jake.
Okay.
Say, hey guys, you got to trust me on this. Speaking perfectly English to them, you know. Let's move the Jeep over there. We gotta meet with this captain. Don't worry, trust me.
As he raises an eyebrow and smirks, she puts her gun in the backseat and then just starts driving. So.
I was gonna take off with the other guys.
Are we all there together?
Oh.
Yeah, Berta and Katzman just emerged from the tent. They took maybe an extra pint that you weren't willing to give, so you're a little woozy.
It was like that. They then also gave me like 2 loaves of bread, so I'm happy about that.
And Berta, you come out and you see the activity around the Jeep, but it looks like the uniformed Soviet is walking away at this point, so it looks safe to head back.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And everyone gets in the Jeep.
Katzman when he meets with these spooks, because he'll realize it's KGB, and then he's going to try to explain to them that these people are fine.
Okay, so you all get in the Jeep. You drive over to the building that Rabinski indicated, and there's a garage open, and there's a guy already there with standing by the garage door. He's got a submachine gun, and he just waves you in, and you just pull the Jeep in there, Izzy?
Yep.
Okay.
Where are we going?
So
know,
yeah, you
but
guys
he
have a little
told us
discussion
to.
in the Jeep.
We've been sequestered by Captain Rabinski.
Do I recognize that name?
You do not.
What is he? Captain of?
He in Russian to you. I'm like, he may or may not be KGB. Let me handle it.
Just give this look. I'm like, okay. Do you really think I want to be locked in another room where you're gonna beat me, where they're gonna beat me daily, just because? God.
No, it's not like that.
Okay, you see two other guys in the garage besides the guy at the door. These look like um, they would pass for Russians anywhere, but they're geared up in mostly civilian clothes, maybe fatigue pants. They got submachine guns, and so they just one of them looks like the leader guy. This isn't Rabinski, but he just gestures for you guys, with his free hand. Just come on out, everybody. He says in Russian, "Come on out."
Yeah, I'm gonna be along the lines of like saying is these people are good people, please.
Or you
Even the crazy redhead with a rocket launcher and shotgun, she's okay. We have a shot collar on.
Yes,
People-
but we also have the gym, and the gym makes you, helps you move up the rank.
He's got me on a leash.
Well, that's because Jim is amazing. It's Nova Scotia, and Catsman, if he ever went there, would be amazed at it. Especially about the fact is this is 2000s. Wayne Gretzky is still popular, right?
That's right. Yeah, I don't think too many people in Nova Scotia cheered for Wayne Gretzky, though. Who knows? Anyways, so Magrito, you see that crossing the street outside and heading in the direction is Rabinski and one of his men. So he is coming. So do you guys pile out of the Jeep or stay put? Izzy, Jake?
Yeah, I'll get out.
Izzy will step out.
I'll nervously step out. Yeah.
I mean, she's got her weapons. No way.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got him.
That's fine.
Clenching my AK.
The guards all look slightly tense as well, but they're not pointing their weapons at you. And Rabinski comes in. He's got his both hands up, like he's sort of in a calming gesture, and he nods to the guy at the garage door, and the guy in the garage door, using a chain, loudly lowers the garage. Clink, 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 clink. So there's some light from the outside coming in through the garage door windows, but it's fairly dark, and it's just drifting smoke and so he says, welcome to Sieradz. He says in sort of rough Russian sort of accent. And he shakes Magrito's hands. We've already met, obviously. And he sort of turns and looks at the rest of you, starting with Izzy. And says, so who do I have the pleasure of meeting? And he just sort of gives a slight bow towards you. Izzy?
So she's smirking, sort of posing with a rifle over her shoulder. Or not rifle, shotgun. Isabella Haggard, but Izzy works. How you doing? You smell very clean.
Yeah, showers are a luxury. And then it goes to Izzy, Katzman. And who might you be?
Depends with what language is he speaking in?
English.
English, yeah. Kind of.
I'm gonna go
broken.
like real like sorry, no, that sort of thing. You mentioned with when Magrito mentioned KGB, he's like, English, no good.
So then he switches to Russian, and he's got.
Yeah, that's gonna really get him scared. He's like, oh, okay, yes, sorry, sir. I'll basically say Private Izzy Katzman, 5th Brigade, Motor Streltsky, all of this. Got cut off from my unit. These people basically are fine, all of this. Please don't hurt them.
He just listens along, nice. He's smiling the whole time at you. So, and then he turns and he looks at Magrito with like a barely noticeable raised eyebrow, and he looks back at you, Catsman. He says, "So, how did you become mingled with this group?"
I regale him with the amazing tales of how I became a POW. The Americans apparently got beaten back, and I told him, "Is like, I know where a jeep is. We can get that going, right?" So apparently, it's due to the fact is I have a fucking D in command, and I'm the only squad leader. So it's like I have a plan that the people just follow. And I'm like, yeah. So we then found a jeep, got that working. The rest of them have been able to help out and get things going. They each complement this whole group, and we've been able to get up to here.
Okay, and he asked you a few more questions about your previous unit, and do you fully honest with him, or do you give him a smoke
I'm
screen?
not fucking lying of KGB.
Okay, so he says thank you, and he moves over to Jake. So who are you?
Jake?
We might have lost Jake. Jake
Oh,
passed
sorry,
out. That's okay. He fades. Kaplunk. So Jake, he comes up and he asks you, who do we have here?
Jake Ramsey.
Yeah, you.
Who are
My name is Captain Rabinski. You speak good English. Also NATO soldier, I assume. He turns and looks at Izzy.
Izzy waves at him and smiles.
Where do you come from? What's your hometown? He says. Favorite ball team.
The worst stuff.
If you want to piss him off, just say the New York Yankees. Pick a more interesting team, Jesus.
So you just kind of playing it tight-lipped, Jake?
Yeah.
Okay. Conversationalist, he says to you. And he goes over to Berta, and he says in Polish, from around here, I assume? What's your hometown?
You're talking to me?
Yeah, to Berta.
Sorry, I was looking at more information.
No worries.
Shrug. Family was from Poznan. Parents were members of were doctors, members of the Communist Party before the fall. Ended up being conscripted by the Russians when they rolled in, and then by the Americans when they were pushed out.
Yes, a lot of yo-yo for everyone, hey, since this war. Well, you found yourself an interesting group of friends. Hopefully they're treating you well.
Yeah.
No, if I may, so Izzy just steps over, sort of has like Big Brother wraps her arms like we're one big happy family. It's all good.
I kind of bristle a bit.
So
What?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
We missed that, Rambo.
I just mentioned as I gave her the extra loaf of bread I got from the medical tent when they took too much of my blood.
So
we're a good doctor here.
So Rabinski, he nods to his guards, and two of the three guards leave. The leader of the guards stays. They just go through a back door out into another part of the garage. And Rabinski goes over and he sits on a crate, and he says, "You can all relax, just take a load off." He kind of gestures to Izzy and Jake, who are clutching their weapons
Well, Izzy
still.
has a very casual grip on her gun. I mean, she's still
Oh,
holding
okay.
it. She's not like aiming down the sights of the guy.
And so then he turns to Magrido and he smiles and says, but he's addressing the group. So Carl here and I, it turns out we kind of know each other. So you can relax. We're all friends here for now. And I know that you are NATO soldiers, U.S., I assume, United States. He points at Izzy and Jake.
Love me, baby.
And then to Itzia, Katzman, he says, "Do you speak any English, Katzman?"
Little, sir. Little.
Yeah.
Make sure they don't get hurt.
Mhm. So he nods to his guard, and his guard raises his submachine gun at you, and the officer says, "Kindly hand over your weapons, Katzman."
I am going to do that. Noticing that the others are not even even helping. I'm like, holy shit.
I'm gonna pull my gun up and be like, "What's going on here?"
Keep it together.
So Rabinski's like, "Oh, hey, it's okay. We're just going to ascertain some facts from Katzman here, who is, I think you recall the Sesame Street. One of these things is not like the other. Jingle, you Americans."
Hey, Catsman's
No?
always done good. Catsman's done good by us so far.
Yes, I believe you. This is just a formality. No harm will come to Katzman.
Why are you pointing a gun at her? I don't understand.
We just want to make sure.
There's that moment. It's like, I hope this guy isn't fucking German.
so Rabinski sort of looks to Magrito like, kind of like, "Hey, help me out here." That look, But then he looks back to the group and he says, "Hey, how long have you known Katzman?" He asks. He looks at Izzy and then at Jake and at Berta.
As he starts looking up at the ceiling, starts counting on her fingers. 1, 2, 3. And then she just sort of stalls. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know, but she's cool. She's cool. We're friends. We're friends, right, Katzman?
Yes, friends, yes.
Yeah, I don't answer. I'm just looking around. I'm bristling. The spook. I'm not a fan of the spook shit, and I am looking for a way out of this.
What
You're holding a way out of this.
Does Jim raise his gun?
Oh, Jim's not here. We'll leave Jim out of it.
Okay, so
We'll
he's
say-
technically
we'll- yeah.
elsewhere.
We'll say he got out and went foraging somewhere, and never came back.
Oh, no.
Or he's on a crazy foraging adventure.
Yeah, exactly.
Comes back with a fucking tank.
So Rabinski tries to calm the tensions a little bit, and he's essentially appealing to Jake, who's pointing his gun at Rabinski. I assume, is that right?
Yeah, sorry, my headphones just cut out. I missed some of that.
That's okay. So Rabinski's essentially appealing to you, Jake. He's still sitting on the crate. He hasn't got up. He's adopted this casual demeanor. He's like, "Hey, it's okay, relax. You don't know Katzman. He's from the far east. He's more Russian than I am." He says, and Rabinski's English seems to be getting better and better the more he talks. So Rabinski says, and he kind of gives this gesture like, "Hey, it's okay. We just want to check where Katzman's loyalties may lie."
I mean, I know Katzman much better than who are you?
Yeah, like I say, he gestures to Carl, and he says, "Carl can vouch for me. We know each other."
I don't know Carl either.
And neither
We
do
just
you
met
know
5 minutes
Katzman.
ago.
And neither do you know Katzman.
As
Look,
he finally says, "Who are you people?"
Okay, so Rabinski says, "All right. So here's the deal." He looks around and he says to you in perfect English, I actually work for the DIA. So I'm here representing. We're on the same side. I work for the military government. Now, this you can't tell anyone, obviously. And he shares like a laugh with Carl, where he looks at Carl and laughs because we both know if that was to get out, everyone would have to be killed, you know. So, but I find this a great opportunity. You operators have arrived into my area of operations, and we can help each other out here. The thing is, I just don't know who this Katzman guy is. So I just want to ask him a few more probing questions, but I can't do it with all of you around. You understand?
What are you saying, Izzy?
Well, I mean, did you say Izzy or Izzia?
Izzy.
Izzy would it's just kind of like that. She then sort of shoots the question at Casper. Well, buddy, what do you think? Your call.
Long, tense silence.
Remember, he's speaking in full English, so I'm only getting like the pigeon stuff coming in.
So is he trying to get Katzman like away from the group to interrogate?
stranger
Yeah.
danger. He's trying to do bad things.
But you don't really know. He wants to. The sense is, and that he's trying to interrogate Katzman separate from you guys.
Would that be the sort of thing where I could go with him, or no?
Sure.
He wants to be by himself.
No, you could probably join.
So it'd be.
Yeah, be together.
But
You
the
would go
group
with
doesn't. The group doesn't know me. The group doesn't know me either, so
Yeah.
it doesn't make a difference.
That's right.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. I'm just gonna let you guys decide how you want to handle it. I'll shut up.
I'm gonna
So this is
say,
like
I'm
a
gonna,
real bad situation.
I'm gonna say this: Izzy may be crazy, but she's loyal, and so with that in mind, you know, she does know that Katzman has done well by her so far, so she's gonna volunteer to stay at, you know, at least in her mind, her friend's side.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is like Catherine is just a nice guy, so this is like, holy shit. Thinking he's gonna betray the party, he's gonna be like, why don't we like, go home and like, I got an apartment over at my old place. You guys can stay there.
Bert, I've grown up with horror stories of the KGB and their allies and like the Polish secret police. So I do not trust any of these people, and I'm just looking a way to get out of here. Like I'm ready to. I'm basically ready to start shooting if I think that they're going to try to apprehend us or turn us over.
Okay. So Rabinski, Jasmine, Rabinski, he senses the temperature rising in the room, and he just tries to. He puts his hands up and he gestures for his goon to lower his submachine gun, and then he says to his goon, "Okay." He gestures for him to go out. So the guard, he looks slightly hesitant, but he lowers his SMG and he goes out. He leaves and closes the door. And Rabinski says, "Better?" And he says, Hey, everyone. Look, I'm alone here by myself with you all. I'm appealing to your senses, your loyalties, not just to your friends, but the U.S. And he eyes Jake, right? We're on the same side, Jake. He looks at Izzy. Izzy, we're on the same side. But this guy, he points at Katzman, I have no clue about. I see you want to vouch for him. This is true?
Yeah.
All right. Then I have to, maybe trust you at this point. So the poor thing is, I want to share with you some information, but I'm just not so clear I can trust this Soviet here, Katzman. You seem to say that whatever I share with you, I should be able to share with him. Is that right?
Excuse me.
You,
I know.
yeah, I guess you. Go ahead. Sorry.
I guess I just don't know. I
Yeah.
still don't. Like,
Well,
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
tough.
I'm just saying that at least when he tries appealing to, like Izzy's like loyalty to, I think you said like loyalty to the U.S. or whatever.
Yeah, the big thing is he revealed he works for MilGov. It depends on whether you guys are still with the civilian government, leave them, or with the military government too.
But-
Question.
I know.
Good
Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
So there's a difference between the civilian and military government in the U.S. I guess I missed that.
Yeah, there's a civil war going on in the U.S. essentially.
Would we know? Would the characters know that?
I think so. Yes, because of just ever since the bomb started dropping, essentially, the military government has controlled most of the forces in Europe. So in a way, you were all currently loyal to the chain of command, to the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the military army. There were some rumors, though, that the commander of the 5th Division, wasn't clear where his loyalties lay, but that's neither here nor there now. So yeah, most of you were fighting with the military government, and a lot of the news from home has been very sporadic over the last year. It's mostly just been rumor since, a lot of communications gear is broken down. But there is a split in the U.S. in this storyline between the civilian government and the military government. So the CIA and the DIA are working at cross purposes.
The DIA is what? The military gov?
It's the Defense Intelligence Agency, yeah. So this guy Rabinski's telling you he's DIA, and he wants to use you as his own asset at this point. And now he's trying to ascertain loyalties, and it seems like, to him, anyways, he seems like he's willing to work with you guys, but he just is not so sure about Katzman. But he's sent out his goon. He's alone with you all, and he seems to you're telling him essentially that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're ready to die for Katzman. It sounds like you got your weapons ready. You're not budging on letting him be interrogated, right?
Yeah. I mean, if he's going to be interrogated, Izzy's going in with him, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
special magic where the outsider is able to win people over, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so he says, "Hey, how about to compromise that? I'll talk to Katzman, and you guys can stay here. I won't have to. This was never about putting out a cigarette in his eye or anything. We just want to have a conversation."
Isn't that what they all say?
Well, I don't know who they are, but
I've been interrogated before, and let me tell you, I've heard that line more than I've heard my own name.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Rabinski says to you. He looks sincere.
Insincere?
He looks sincere, yeah,
Okay.
sincere.
Yeah.
Yeah, sincere for a spook. Okay, so he says, "Well, I have a solution to this question. It's kind of, you might think of it as, on the surface, in simple terms, as a loyalty test. I have a little operation I want to ask you guys to do for me, and then we can talk about more substantial things at a later date. Does this work for you all?"
What's in it for us?
potentially.
Well, what's in it for you is you get to escape from the bowels of the Soviet army unscathed. And you realize that if he's playing this double game as a KGB, but he's really, a DIA or whatever, he can also just turn you over just like that to the Russians. So you both have each other kind of in a situation here.
Yeah, but we
But
outnumber him, and he's in a fucking alleyway alone.
That's true. That's true. But there's also other men in the building. And you don't know who he's contacted. In fact, there's a lot of unknowns. So this is all about how far you're willing to trust, who you're willing to trust, and what you're willing to do. It's very murky spook shit, as Jake would say.
Yeah. Oh, well, what's your proposition?
Well, there is a cargo I need retrieved from the local ruins. It's not far from here. There was a U.S. military helicopter that crashed. I'm sorry, not U.S. military. A Russian helicopter.
Damn.
It crashed into some buildings not far from here. And there are some marauders, former Soviet soldiers in the ruins that are. We just don't have the forces available to take them on at this time. We're busy elsewhere. But I'm interested in this cargo on the helicopter. That's important. It was about 2 months ago this helicopter crashed. But if you can retrieve this cargo for me, that would go a long way. And he looks at Katzman and showing me, your dedication to the cause, not just amongst this group, but the cause that should instill some trust from me to you and vice versa. What do you think? Katzman?
He was saying this in English or Russian?
He quickly sort of sums it up in Russian for you. Basically, you can lead this group or go with them or show me that you're willing to work for me on my behalf on this difficult mission to retrieve this cargo.
These people are under my protection. I'll help. But 2 months is a long time. Secondly, are these people even hostile?
Oh, they're hostile. You mean the ones that are surrounding this wreckage?
This is an intelligence guy telling us this sort of stuff. What is he really withholding? What is in the box?
That's for me to know. It's state secret. And he kind of smirks. And it's actually
Anti-tank
probably.
missiles? As he says this,
What's-
that's like her face lights up.
Did you ask for any tank missiles? Did you say?
Yeah, as he's like, got any anti-tank missiles?
Rabinski looks enthusiastic because someone's showing some interest in the mission. I could get you an RPG launcher, some AT rockets.
Speaking Izzy's language.
You gotta
Yeah.
do better than that. Come on, I'm talking dragon here.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. But like I said, resources are strained, stretched to the limit.
You didn't tell me twice.
You have a distiller. We're going to need alcohol to be able to make it to and from, and a mechanic's toolkit.
Yes, I can obtain those items, and you won't need much alcohol to go where I'm sending you. In fact, you could probably walk from here. Sieradz isn't really a secure city in its entirety. Portions of it are still out of the control of the Soviet forces.
Mm-hmm. And you have a idea of what the area looks like?
Yes, I can show you on the map.
Okay.
Okay. So we have an agreement, and he also looks to Carl. Eh? This could go well, hey?
Yeah.
Become. I feel like I'm a part of the family now, says Rabinski.
Don't
And he
get
looks
too
to
hard on
Jake.
yourself.
He looks to Jake and to Berta, and looks you in the eye, and Jake, and says, "So Jake, we can maybe be friends."
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Berta, still clutching her AK.
If it gets us set, if we get out of this town, sure.
All right. Okay, well, he takes a map out from like a mechanic's toolbox next to where he's sitting, and it's a map of Sieradz. It's right here, and he sort of a street level map, and he gestures you guys to come closer, and he spreads it out on top of this toolbox, and he shows you this urban area of town, and you see it's of course it doesn't. Let's say it's a not an aerial photograph, but this is what it looks like in reality. But in the map, it doesn't look like this because it wouldn't have exploded buildings. Yeah. So he takes a like a pencil, and he indicates on the map where the helicopter went down. And he, sorry, 1 second here. Yeah, like draws a big circle. I don't know if you can see that.
Yep.
Yeah, draws a big circle on the map. So this is where helicopter went down. The built-up buildings in that area are occupied by marauder forces. Snipers has been the main thing. We just I can't convince the local Zomo or Soviet straggler units to go in there and retrieve my item. So you guys have fallen into my lap at just the right time, and I'm grateful for it. So I can also offer you more than can be a two-way street. You get me my thing, I can get you some things, like you mentioned, alcohol for the vehicle, ammunition.
Dragon missiles and shotgun shells are bust.
Shotgun shells,
Cool.
I can.
We need the ability to maintain our equipment, so toolkits would be very good.
There's that. Yeah, I like the way you're thinking.
Why don't you give me a little shopping list, and I'll see what I can do. And in the meantime, the information I have is scant, except looking for 6. They're kind of hexagonal steel containers, and they would have been in the helicopter. They might still be in the helicopter. And the surrounding territory is just dangerous for snipers. I don't know the exact amount of forces, but I think it was a squad that was last reported to be operating in that area. Anything else?
Would Carl
Milkshake?
know what he's looking for?
Not necessarily. He hasn't been any clearer with you. But he describes the dimensions. They're about briefcase size, but thicker. They all look identical. They might have. Say again?
What if they're not in the helicopter?
Well, then I would search around there, see if maybe the Marauders have them.
What's the size of the marauding force?
I'd estimate a squad. Maximum, maybe 10, 12.
Jesus.
That's why. Do you NATO guys have any night vision devices? I have none.
No.
Then I guess day or night, it's up to you. He chuckles.
Dusk.
Okay, so
We can find it at night. I just GP-25 launcher and then get a couple of flares to shoot into the air.
sure, we can get you some flares for sure. And I don't have any
The idea
Dragon
is we
missiles.
find
You fire a flare and then lights up the area.
Yeah, basically, illuminates the whole area, so they're going to be blinded, and then be really easy for Jake to hit.
Mm-hmm. So he says to Izzy, and Izzy, I can't get you any dragon missiles today, but shotgun shells I can get. And if you'd like a RPG launcher, some AT grenades.
It's not a dragon, but it'll do.
Okay. Anything else, anybody?
Yes, we'll take some more ammunition and toolkit to make sure everything's going to be fine. I do have a couple of mines that need detonators, and I can actually work on getting those used for this. You might be able to use that as a diversionary thing.
I don't have a lot of. I think for me, I could use. I think. It'd be helpful to get a couple more med kits, and then some more morphine. And then I guess I could use a couple more clips for my AK.
One thing, I want a flak jacket and helmet for Bertha.
Okay. So we can do. It might be a bit big, but I mean, Britta's not diminutive or anything. She's normal size.
Mm-hmm.
She's almost fully grown size. Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be a little roomy, but we don't have any kid-sized flak jackets. But
yeah, I really want to make sure she doesn't get hit and hurt. So.
Okay, I have all the ammunition in 5.45 NATO, Russian rounds that you need. Other weapons, shotgun shells are easier to get, but if you guys want ammunition for NATO weapons, that'll be a little tougher.
I think I'll be all right now.
Okay.
Jake, do you wish for the SVD, or do you want to use your NATO sniper rifle?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you wish for him to request basically the Soviet equivalent of the sniper rifle you'll be using, or just use yours?
I could just use mine.
Okay.
Out of character, am I able to request for the shotgun shells up front? Because I'm not critical on ammo, but it's like if we're going to be storming the place.
Yeah, we'll see. He calls in his guard who was at the door, and he says to him in Russian, "See if you can scrounge up some 12 gauge shotgun shells, and bring that RPG." And he leaves.
How many clips of 7.62 times 39 can I grab?
Oh no, we're getting actual good AK, so you'd be using an AK-74.
Oh, okay. So swap out for I can swap. I can dump the rust bucket for a good one.
Yeah, works. And you get three mags for you, Berta.
Sounds good.
And if they bring you
some extra ammunition, why not?
Yeah, I'll still throw the old AK in the back, the UZZ, just in case we need it later. Belt.
Okay. And Rabinski, he hands you a flak jacket. Says, "This is my own," and it's like a police flak jacket. It goes underneath a police uniform. Mm-hmm. It's not a full military one, but it works pretty good.
Yeah, it's loose.
Well, probably
whatever. I'll have to probably I can probably just take a sewing kit and resew it, some of the straps to make it fit better at some point.
Yeah. Okay, and then is your story? We have no milkshakes. Sorry, Margarito, go ahead.
You got any PP-19s over here?
Any what? Sorry.
PP-19.
PP-19.
Yeah.
How many RPG missiles grenades did I get?
So Bison submachine gun.
Oh, the Bison. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, we do have that. Are you looking for rounds for that, or the actual submachine gun?
The actual gun, if you got one. All I have is a Beretta.
Oh, we do.
That's not gun.
I can lend it to you. How about this? I'll lend it to you, but I'd like it back.
Sure.
Deal. Okay, so he's gonna give you one of those and 3 reloads. Okay.
Okay.
And okay, and we'll have toolkit for you as well afterwards, because he's gonna have to scrounge up a toolkit, and he'll look for dragon missiles, but that's definitely a long shot. Okay, and there's 3 RPGs to go with the RPG launcher, and he finds you a box of 12 gauge shells.
Okay, so basically just one extra magazine. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else?
I'll probably just take an extra ammunition toolkit because we do have those 2 mines that we can use as a sort of thing. Perhaps do something along the lines of proto mouth balance by setting like explosives from another side, forcing them to respond to that, and then hit them from the other.
I have some plastique C4.
Nice.
So we got 6
Yeah,
grenades.
You do have some, and if you've got plastique, Magritte, you probably have detonators for that.
Yeah,
So-
I have 3 blocks with 3 detonators.
Cool. And so you could. I'm sorry, Rambo. Were you asking for detonators for your mines, or were you going to?
But also a toolkit to also work on them too.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I have an improvised, munition, so I can basically like recycle ammunition or set up IEDs.
Nice. Okay. So yeah, he gives you some small toolkit that could help. It's like a small arms toolkit.
Oh man, I was hoping it could also work for the UAZ.
Well, they can. It can help some, but a full vehicle toolkit, tool repairs, is a slightly different item. But they have a few items that they can give you. They'll scrounge up a full vehicle repair kit for you as part of payment for this mission.
Okay, good. And then I guess we'll then ask for a bit more fuel after as payment as well, and then we'll look into this. So, we're looking at tactics here. So, assuming these buildings are down here, Jake, you want to try and set up in this building here?
Sorry, which one?
Down here. Let me put an X.
Sorry, mate. Oh, this map is.
It's big. Sorry.
It's directly south.
If
of
you-
the X, or the
Yeah. I'll put a shift control so you guys can see.
You have
So this
gemstone
spot right
down,
here.
by the way, not.
Yeah, I'll change it. I'll
Um,
change that to Magritte.
Yeah. So the big thing is God, that's a fucking sniper rifle. Your effective range is like 1 kilometer. So like you set up here, set up Overwatch to keep watch.
Yeah.
We're approaching where the helicopter crash landed. So I'm thinking is if we have some group go through here and set up like explosives on the rear. This is going to get them scared and move over to here because that's where the explosion is, allowing the squad to be able to move up. Problem is, and this is a big thing, this is open terrain.
Mm-hmm. Now there is lots of cover amongst that terrain. There's walls and rubble and trees and things like that. But yeah, I mean, if there are snipers about, there's going to be long lines of sight and things you need to worry about as far as,
Yeah.
basically you guys, as Jake would know, and Izzy, for sure, when you're trying to root out a sniper, you want to try and identify that person first and try not to, you want to try and find their hidey hole and then try to assault that position. But yeah, it's dangerous work.
Oh yeah, I guess I can also use the improvised munitions to make some Molotovs, right? I'll just tell them as this is what we'll use to flush the sniper out. Fire always works.
Yeah, but we also find out if there's a sniper in the building, I can just fire a rocket in there.
Yeah. That's really loud. Okay, so this will probably be a sniper's alley. Can Jake be like use his sniper experience to figure out where other enemy snipers might be at?
That's what I was gonna say. Maybe I could like see the area and gauge what would be good spots.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, by
I
the way,
would
in
roll
terms of
your,
stress, can we have reduced all our stress?
Say again?
Can we have reduced all our stress in the amount of time since?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Be back at full strength and
Copy that.
and no stress.
Okay.
And so yeah, Jake, with your experience as a sniper, I would imagine you would want to reconnoiter first, find a good hidey hole with some overwatch of the planned route that your troops want to take. Plan out a
Yeah.
route first and figure out your best spot. And then just looking at the map, I'd let you roll it like a sort of your wits. And if you don't have good wits, the nice thing about being a sniper is you can roll on your military side of things, like recon, to try and whatever's higher for you to try and figure out if you were a sniper where you'd set up.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny that on the D12 you got a 1, but on a D8 you actually succeeded? It's funny.
This is improvised, so +1. Small arms toolkit +1. So I went from a D8 to a D12. So
Nice.
and hey, that's the thing about rolling dice. You don't know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, it's like a box of chocolates.
So you got a success there for improvising with your mind into a sort of
That's the
IED.
Molotov cocktail check where I'm just basically
Oh,
making
okay.
Molotov cocktails. The mind check
Okay.
is going to be now.
Okay.
So what should I roll for trying to figure out where they might be?
First, if you want to get into first of all, yeah, I just rolled a straight up either recon roll or your wits roll, whichever, and whatever speciality you might have associated with that.
Sorry, what's a wits roll?
He means intelligence.
Oh, intelligence,
intelligence.
right? Sorry, playing a little bit of Aliens RPG there.
You guys
Yeah.
don't hear my fan, do you? Or AC?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
well I can. Oh, sorry,
No, that's
Go ahead, Jake.
I'll roll recon then, I guess.
Okay. Nice. So that's multiple.
So 2.
Oh,
Oh no, sorry, I did that wrong. Sorry,
that's
I
okay.
just put 10.
So you get to also roll. If you're going to roll your skill, you would roll your intelligence plus your recon. So what's your dice roll in your intelligence?
They're both 10.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, so I'd roll them both.
Yeah, I just typed it in wrong. So
Did your character have a speciality or more than one speciality?
specialities: rifleman, sniper,
Yeah, then
infiltrator.
I would take your sniper speciality will give you a +1. So I take your D10 for your skill recon and bump it up to a D12.
Okay.
Infiltrator is also good too.
Yeah, Infiltrator is going to really help us come up with a good idea of how to get there. So, like,
In fact,
can have-
infiltrator will also give you a +1. So I'd roll two D12s.
All right.
no, is that he can give us an idea of how to best to get there. Like, holy hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh God.
Now you can push that and give you some stress.
Yeah, I'll push that.
He only gains, this is a mental check, so he can only gain stress if he fails this one.
Okay, gotcha.
So always be pushing if you can. And yes.
There we go.
There
3.
you go. So he like buckles down, a couple beads of sweat land on the map. And it's pretty clear to you that there's two really the best spots for a sniper facing south. And I'll just draw those on the map. You estimate that this spot right here on the corner of this building, there's also a high point on this rooftop that is higher than all the surrounding buildings, and it has a good field of view, along this way and out across the whole area. And this potential spot also has a really good, almost 180-degree viewpoint. This car park would block part of it especially if you're close to it. But that's kind of your feeling. So your guesstimate is the best approach would be through these buildings to the east, because the amount of exposure to the snipers would be limited. And probably you would suggest moving up through the rubble from the east. Now, the one area, though, that is dangerous on this approach is this open area of ground, like right in here. Because if the sniper is located in that high point and you have to cross through this open ground, that's where you'd be most exposed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'll just make sure so it's basically this area here, this open space would be the hardest part or the most exposed area to cross. Now there is rubble and cover in amongst these buildings. So you knew, especially if you traveled at night, you'd be a tougher target, and you'd have some cover as you traverse this area. But once you get into these high buildings to the north of that, there'd be ample cover. Now there could be other marauders in those buildings, which you think might be likely, because there would be a forward screen ahead of the snipers. Is your guess?
Did he mention anything about them setting up traps? Like, I don't know, a string of wire and then cans attached.
He had no idea about that. He suggests you could expect to find anything, but because they haven't personally been any closer than what you see on the map.
I'm also going to request a pair of binoculars.
I do.
Yeah, we
I
can
do
do
have,
that.
and I have a pair as well.
Cool. All right, so that's not a problem. Okay. Any other planning?
I'm just trying to think here. So, who here wants? So we have the sniper. Do you want me to stay with Jake so I can be his spotter,
I mean,
or do you
Do
need
we
me to
also-
move you guys?
well, I mean, you can stop panic, can't you?
Yeah, I can roll for that.
But
I
if
also
you're desperate
have.
at doing that, and we get pinned down at some point, that could be a very helpful thing.
So I can do that. So I'm just trying to think. So I know Jake is going to be behind. So Carl, you're going to be part of the squad, as in moving in.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta.
I'm pretty fast and stealthy, so I prefer to fight up in close range.
I mean, Izzy's gun is very close range, so that's where she's best.
Yes. So
No, then again, her recon is it's D. Never mind. But her intelligence is D10.
Yeah, well, I got a BC for recon, so I could help be the point. I could help be on point for the group there.
Yeah, I got AC for recon.
Oh, you got better.
okay,
Okay.
Spook is now going to be the point man. Congratulations,
Who's gonna be point man?
the Spook. He also has a
Spook.
submachine gun, so that's actually really good. here's this idea. I don't want you guys kicking down doors. You're going to be throwing either a grenade or the cocktail inside if you're going into a room with people confirmed, because they're going to have that door basically be overwatched. You kick down the door like it's one of your American movies, you're going to die.
So the idea is we smoke them out and then we just open fire as they scramble.
Yes, basically, that actually is good. So we confirm where they're at. This doesn't have like a real timetable, right? So we can just spend a day like looking
That's
and
right.
just seeing their everyday stuff through like.
That's right.
Yeah.
And if you want to send, if you want to send Jake in, or someone else, or more than just Jake, to get eyes on the approach, like stealthily, you can do that first too, and observe for a while as well.
So I'm gonna want to do that. So I want Jake. I'm gonna make sure is our friend here gives us a radio so you can get in contact with us and get that going.
I was gonna say we should get radios. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. If he just gives me broken radios, I can fix them.
Well, we've got radios are a little more tough to come by, especially in the war zone, like small portable radios. Vehicle radios usually are more reliable these days since the EMP pulses, but you can. He does manage to procure for you 3 small radios.
I'll be using the UAZ as the central point. So for all intents and purposes, you'll be radioing into the UAZ until we start moving, Jake. So you want to go ahead and get started infiltrating, let me know. And then you tell us everything you know about through a day. Do you need extra supplies, like water and food?
No, I'm good for.
And are you guys going to do a nighttime mission or daytime?
I have flare, so my idea is like before we assault, we shoot the flare from like here to there, and that blinding light is going to get the opposition like exposed, so we can shoot at them while we're still in the dark.
Yeah, we don't have any NPGs, do we?
Any
There's
machine
actually
guns?
flare for like the GP25.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say, like, because that would give us the advantage of moving around in the dark until we fire up the flare.
Right. I don't think anyone's got any night vision
Yeah,
devices.
Izzy does not have any, so.
Okay, here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna go get a pirate. You're gonna get an eye patch, cover that. So when it's nighttime, your right eye is basically gonna be taking the minimum amount of light. So,
Yeah, what's funny is that what he's saying is actually true.
Yeah, it's just like keeping your eyes closed to acclimate to the dark. So yeah. So when do you?
well, basically, you basically cover like one of your eyes, just so that. So because your eyes basically have to adjust to try to take in as much light as possible when it's dark. Joke's on us. It's completely pitch black.
Yeah, there's no city light. It's so dark out there.
No moonlight.
No, it's a fair night, but the moon is only a sliver, so it's pretty dark. And there is some overcast, so it's even darker.
The other thing would be is like, why don't we just go through the sewer system?
That's a potential option.
Yeah, but then our
You wanna
smell
try?
would give away our position.
It's also there's a high likelihood you could get lost down there.
That is true.
Yeah. Welcome to the bombed out city sewers, of course. So, we're going to go ahead with the overhead. So, yeah. If anything, we are going to go try to cross through here. Get you there. Jake, you want to give your recon check?
So Jake, you pick a building or something you want to set up a hidey hole or an overwatch. And
Yeah, I guess I'll set up right here.
I missed where. Oh, there. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a great spot. You find some up in the attic, in the eaves of this building. You sneak your way up in there, and you find some. This building is seen some worse days, but it's kind of nondescript, doesn't really stand out. There is some damage from firefights and explosions, but mostly it's intact and sturdy. And you find some nice little gaps in the walls already from small arms fire and some heavy weapons fire. So that's a pretty good room. Previous occupants, this was a family home, sort of a row house.
Yeah, I'm just saying is that the damage is not his, so he doesn't lose the
Deposit.
Yeah.
The nice thing is you find a single mattress too, like that you can actually lie down on.
Great.
So go ahead though and make a. You want to be stealthy about this when you set up your hide, so that you don't draw any attention to yourself.
Yeah.
And now you'll get to use your specialization modifiers here as well. Oh, and
So
I forgot to ask if this was nighttime op, or did you guys decide if it was going to be daytime?
This is Jake being set up so he can get it over the day.
Sure.
I'm trying to figure out if we want to do a day or night yet. So.
Okay. So sorry, Jake, you were going to say?
Oh, for stealth, what should I be rolling? Like,
it's recon.
Oh, recon. Okay.
Yeah. And you get to add your infiltrator, I believe. And I would also say you get to add your sniper specialization.
Great. One success.
Okay, so one success. You can push it if you want more, but that's generally successful. You sneak up, slowly crawl, get your spot, get your mattress set up, and you have good overwatch through about 90 degrees in this location. I'll show you on the map. From this spot, you can basically see this whole area like that. Oops.
That's an interesting field of fire. Okay.
Oh God, he's crossing the border back and forth. I can't hit him.
It's a ricochet.
Yeah. Stupid mouse button. Okay, so yeah, that's from that spot. It's pretty good overwatch. Now you can get closer to the hole, but basically you're set back from the hole in the wall, so you're not peering right out of it. So you're in the shadows of the building, like deeper in the building. If you want to come up closer to the hole, you'll expose more of yourself, but you'll get a wider field of view. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yep.
So for instance, like if you go right up to the edge of the hole, you'll be able to see east and west down the street in front of the building. But
yeah, okay, yeah.
From your ideal spot right here as a sniper, this is your field of view.
Okay, yeah.
So for instance, like you can see this building and part of that building, and all of this area.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a plan. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna like observe all day, see what's going on around here.
Cool. So yeah, essentially that kind of thing. Well, I guess you can't. There's some ground behind this building you won't be able to see, for instance, and you won't be able to see behind this car park.
Yeah.
And there's little bits of cover here and there in the ground in between, and there's maybe some cover beyond here. But you definitely see the helicopter from here. It's just right in front of this tree on the ground. And it's one of those Russian HIP with cargo helicopters or troop transport helicopters. It doesn't even look like it's burned. But it crashed really hard, apparently. You saw the props have broken or bent down, and the boom is snapped. But the body of the helicopter is still intact there.
Okay.
Oh, great. So it's an Mi-18.
Yeah. So yeah, checking out across the building or across the terrain, you watch for a couple hours. You do see activity. You spot You should make a roll, just a regular recon check for the basically like half shift you're observing.
Yeah.
Now they're actively trying to hide, so it'll be an opposed roll.
Okay. Two successes.
Nice. And you can push that if you want. I think. Or maybe not if it's.
I mean,
if
it's two
passive.
successes, so it's
Yeah.
really good.
That is.
Yeah,
good.
I'll stick with that.
Okay. So. Their hiding attempt. Since they've been hiding for longer, they get to add pluses to their roll. It's like a hidden ambush. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So they've been hiding for quite a while, so they get a +3 to their roll, which gives them a D10. So D10 and a. That's 2 D10s.
Oh,
You
nice.
you spot them. You actually spot both snipers in the two spots that you thought there would be snipers. You spot them.
Nice.
Now it's the guy. One is a hunch more because you see a reflection, which you guess was probably a scoped weapon, in the one
Yeah.
to the east. And then the other one, you actually see the sniper. He looks up over the edge of the wall at one point. You see you saw his cigarette smoke, then you saw the end of his rifle, then you saw his whole face, and and then he receded back into the shadows. Now beyond that, you also saw some looks like Soviet soldiers, but they're probably the marauders in question. Down here in this open space, this is near the helicopter. They're having a cook. There's some guys cooking some food, drinking some alcohol, and you count 4 total. So with the 2 snipers, you've seen 6 over the course of about 3 hours.
Okay. Yeah, I'll relay that information.
So based on what you've seen and know, you're fairly confident you could probably take out that Western sniper, as he shows himself now and then. The Eastern sniper, it's a little trickier. You know his location, but you haven't actually laid eyes on him specifically, or her.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so Katzman, you get the info back from Jake, whispered over the radio, which is great intel. Izzy, what's your plan?
Izzy's just going to actually follow the group.
Okay, and
there's nothing she can really do. Her gun doesn't have range on the snipers, and
right.
people told her
Our goal is to negate that.
Well,
This is a city with Soviet troops. I'll probably just try to network, figure out what's up with this area from other soldiers, like other privates, just to get a better idea of what happened with them. So they might be talking about a group of those fucking marauders that are just like over there, and we wanted to punch them in the mouth or something.
Oh, so you're gonna go back and talk to local Soviets and find out intel on the group of marauders? Is that what the question is?
Yeah, basically that's the idea. It's like we just arrived, but there's going to be probably people to station here to probably have a better idea as well.
Yeah, well, the scoop is that they're murderers. They killed their platoon leader, and they've just they've got a good sniper with them, who's killed off some more Soviets that went looking for them, and then they decide, fuck them, just let them hang out there in the ruins. We're not going to waste any more of our men trying to bring them back into the fold. One day we'll get them. They can't live out there forever. You know what I mean? But they're murderers. They're criminals. But the Soviets, they just can't be bothered to spend resources tracking them down at this.
Okay, so aside from like just 2 sharpshooters, then it's just basically no like within the squad like a RPG-7 unit. So just assume standard AK-74s.
Most likely, they probably have a squad support weapon as well.
Like a PKM?
But it's not known if they'll have necessarily have anything bigger, any heavy weapons. They don't have any vehicles.
Yeah, I think Jake would have noticed the vehicle.
Yeah. You probably would have
Yeah.
noticed the brand of underwear too. Okay, so then Jake, you're waiting for basically any kind of orders from Katzman, or
Yeah.
and then Berta, what are you up to?
Before we head out.
Yeah. Anything
Uh,
else, or
I mean, I know I was complaining about the flak jacket, so if no one else has anything, needs any help with anything, like I'm not gonna really want to scrounge around here if there's marauders about. So I'm just gonna try to take some time to adjust the gear and make it a bit fit.
Okay.
Staying in the UAZ if you wanted, get that going, and then you'll come with us.
Yeah, sounds good because I just want to make sure that that's not a liability if we're sneaking up.
okay?
And
Okay,
meanwhile,
cool.
she gets that Soviet military style helm on top of her head.
Yeah. And Carl Papa.
Yeah.
What's any other prep or questions?
I think I'm gonna need some of those Molotovs. I don't know how many I would get. And then
Depends on the
in this
GM. How many did I get? Because I'm actually going to be distributing it to people that really want them.
I could say 3.
Okay.
what are the stats on those?
Not like a grenade, but I don't have the stats right on me here, but I can look it up. I think
I
it's
am going to assume you treat it like a grenade, but it's going to cause like -3 for suppression checks because it's fucking fire.
good old fire. Yeah, it's I'm just checking it out here. So fire has different kinds of ratings, just like it's D12, D10, D8, or D6. Fire damage has a critical injury threshold of 2. That means if someone suffers 2 points of damage or more from a single fire event, they can be critically injured. And if you catch fire, of course, you continue to burn. So it's kind of like a lot like the aliens fire. But basically, when you're exposed to fire, you check the intensity, and that sets the dice roll. And you roll 2 base dice of the type of fire level corresponding to intensity. And for every success, that's 1 point of damage. And armor has no effect against fire. Just looking up the actual stats for it. I think it's probably under grenades.
Yeah.
I don't remember what page that's on.
I mean,
Anyways, but yeah,
they didn't set up
you
Molotovs,
got
so
3.
I'm like,
Yeah, I think they might have, but I'm just not sure which part of the book it's in just yet.
Well, it's in weapons and gear, and then it's after all the guns.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I found it on the PDF. It's page 111. I don't see a Molotov. There's an improvised and a white phosphorus.
Yeah, let's call it improvised. Or maybe, yeah. White phosphorus is too powerful for it, but yeah, let's
White phosphorus is a fucking war crime gun.
we'll call it improvised, but we'll give it some fire damage. We'll call it fires A, B, C. We'll call it fire D because it's it's kind of the cheapest. So you roll a D6, 2d6 when you explode it. Sound good?
Cool.
It doesn't really have a fragmentation.
No, but you're throwing a bottle at someone. It probably should hurt, right?
Yeah. True.
It leaves a bruise, and seconds later, it bursts into flames.
And you can only use it at short range, so
Open the door, crack the door open, toss it in, and then close it.
okay. So now what's your plan? Or when do you want to start?
I'm just trying to see who else wants Molotovs.
As he's stocked on grenades, 6 grenades.
Okay, I'll give Carl two of the three I made, and then keep one for myself.
Okay. Okay, this is your starting point down here.
Where all
all
the
your-
tokens are?
Yeah. You guys all see your tokens?
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Everyone's got one. You can move it, control it.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to point and say we go through this building to get you here. So, point man Carl, he has to do the recon test for group stealth, right?
If you want to be quiet and stealthy, it's the person with the worst recon that would roll.
Worst recon, don't you mean the worst mobility?
Worst recon. I mean, which is, I think, yeah, it's recon. Because when you're trying to be stealthy, you use your recon.
Oh, I was just thinking of Alien, how you have to do like lowest
Yeah.
mobility.
Yeah, it's essentially the same, but we'll be using.
I have a D10 and a D8 for the recon check.
D10, D6.
Sorry, D10, D8. So
So that'd be
It'll
Izzy.
be Roberta.
Alberta.
Oh, it was the worst. Oh no, is Izzy? What's your? Is yours
Izzy
worse
is
than?
D10, D6.
yeah. So
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Okay.
So then it will be your roll. Yeah.
Plus D6. Ooh. Ooh.
Nice.
Whoa! So this is an opposed. It's an opposed roll. So we're just gonna see. And you haven't answered yet though whether it is you going out at nighttime or at daytime.
No, we did answer, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't
Right.
get an answer because I forgot to do it. So, who wants to do it day? Who wants to do it night?
I vote night.
Night.
that's fine.
Okay, we'll do night. So this is nighttime.
Okay. We'll do an opposed roll against their recon observation, and you did you rolled really well, so that's good. And the nighttime removes gives you guys a modifier for concealment. So it really just goes down to you get stepped down to a D8, and they don't spot you. Okay. So
So through the building.
yeah.
Wait, why not move
Yeah.
behind the cars?
Yeah, there's lots of cover there.
That's my idea
And
for movement.
okay, cool.
Let us know when Izzy has to make another check.
Probably about just at the most exposed point as you're going through this rubble.
Well,
There's
there are these-
potential
these-
for noise. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that, there are like little gaps in the walls here that you kind of dart between.
Yeah, lots of cover.
Okay, so
But
Izzy's going to
potential-
make another roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus D6. Ooh.
Better
Push.
push that.
Alright. Plus D6. Yay.
There you go.
It's a success.
Oh no.
Oh, I
Tiger's
got a
a
success
defender,
too. Yeah. So they needed to beat your roll, but they
Yeah.
don't.
though. And the Tiger's a defender.
So basically,
D6
Yeah.
hidden.
so you managed to make it across the open area.
It's close.
Close.
Like close one where like Izzy's tromping around, then like we see like a glint to the sniper scope or something, and then everyone has to duck down.
Yeah,
Why,
everybody
why'd you guys
freezes.
hit the floor? Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's right.
Should we
Hey,
make
Jake,
a like an observation check at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be recon as well.
Is- Mhm. So, when you're looking for like trying to spot concealed enemies, Yeah, just go ahead and you're trying to check these buildings you're approaching, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is it the highest recon or lowest?
It's
The
the I think
highest.
you picked.
Yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
high. It'd be highest if it's a group action. If it's a group action
It-
observation like this,
Okay.
because only one person needs to spot them and tell everyone else.
Yeah.
I think I have a D12 on that. D12 and a D8.
You're doing it.
Nice.
Just remember it's dark, so downgrade that D8 to a D6.
D6.
Mhm.
Okay, gotcha.
Nice. Okay, down here in this alley, Carl, amongst all these bomb craters, you see a silhouette of a four-legged animal. Looks like a dog, and then you see a silhouette of 6 more dogs, and they're all
Oh, shit.
kind of like loitering around in this area. And one of them sort of like stops and his ears perk up and he's looking in your direction.
Dogs.
Oh, no, they might bark.
No, as he like yanks a grenade off of her vest. You want to play fetch?
Killing dogs? Wow.
I don't think
There's
so.
a big thing. As long as like there's always wild animals here, so it's not going to be like something that'll really give away our position. If they start barking.
And Jake has heard dogs barking and stuff during the day, so I just forgot to mention that. They're not like guard dogs, they're just feral, you know?
Yeah, they're wild dogs.
Yeah. So what do you do?
God. We can try to go around them.
Yeah, I put up my fist to hold, and I tell them that there's dogs.
Do we cut through? Do we cut through some of these buildings?
Yeah, they don't have a line of sight on us. Let's do it.
So
We
maybe
don't know if they're set up in these buildings, though.
Well, I know, but if we go through this and then we go through this, the
Yeah.
snipers don't have a line of sight on us.
Yeah, that's a,
Yeah.
Seems like the
Okay,
only way
let's
to
do that.
avoid them.
Okay. So you head west, across that little alley, into this ruined building here, just empty warehouse, office space. Now there's not a way into this building from this building,
Okay.
but there is some entrances down in the sort of around the corner of the street level.
Okay. Well, let's do that.
I look around. Is there any that seem unlocked?
Yeah, all these doors are open, even mostly yawning open. Like these buildings have been gone through or smashed open.
Okay. Yeah, I move in slowly with the new, I guess the fancy the fresh AK-74 drawn. Kind of pointing around, seeing if there's
Okay.
anything moving.
Okay. This place also looks completely abandoned. It's been destroyed mostly in the northwest corner. Probably just lots of heavy fighting.
Anything?
Now
that we
it
can
also, you could spend some time looking around, sure, if you want to make a scrounging roll.
Probably not worth it.
There's lots of old
Good for
office
scrounging
furniture.
roll.
Say again.
What do I have to roll for a scrounging?
I think it's a skill if you have it. Otherwise, it's wits.
You mean survive? I think it's in survival.
Oh,
Oh.
maybe it's survival.
Okay.
Scrounging is a speciality, I guess.
Yeah, it's survival.
We're not sure if we have enough time though.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
able to find anything as we're going through.
Okay.
I should probably put it like
So this building also doesn't join with this building here to the northeast, but you can get into this building from the south side. But then the dogs are kind of occupying this area. They might have to contend with the dogs.
Can we just head out along this side of along the building? I I don't think the sniper probably won't have a good shot at us anyway. And then
Yeah, they're
we'll
probably
still have
watching the big open area.
Uh-huh.
That or they're taking a piss. You don't know.
Like the only issue is when we cross this street. I think that's gonna be a problem.
Hmm. Yeah, so you can definitely head out of the building you're in along the sidewalk to the north. Or you can go through the ruined building here that's been blasted.
Yeah.
Either way.
Carl, I think it's time for you to lead the way. Point man. No, Izzy, and to be roll the stealth check.
Okie doke.
All right.
So
Yeah, I like the idea of moving through the building that actually give us cover if the sniper notices us.
ooh, shit.
If you push it, you can't reroll the one.
Oh, okay. So just roll a d10.
Yeah, that's I was double checking how the pushes work, but yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
No.
That's weird.
Izzy leans.
And you take stress for the push.
okay.
Yeah, Izzy leans on a
Go on,
piece
so
of
it's a-
wall.
It's like, hey guys, this way.
He leans on a piece of wall as he's stepping over some rubble, and the whole wall tips over, bricks and mortar, and pulls over like a telephone standard with all the cables. The whole thing comes down
No, as
and
he
makes a hell of a racket.
No, as he turns and looks around, did I do that?
I died for cover in the rubble.
Okay,
Same.
Yeah, just fucking books it over to over.
everyone hits dirt.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead
Okay.
dirt range.
Okay, and Jake, you heard from your position. You didn't actually see it, but you heard like a collapsing building or something
All right.
from the area that you think is where your compatriots are.
Great.
So, the dust settles. Bertha, Carl, Izzy, and Katzman, you're all sort of amongst the rubble and cover. Sort of silence descends for a couple seconds. You hear a dog barking, and then you hear some Russian voices, some shouts. It's kind of like you can make it out. Katzman's like, "Look over there, check that way," kind of in Russian.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
coming-
gonna tell them, hustle, go.
So we're gonna go. So we're gonna hustle as opposed to stay here and wait for them to base. We could just make this into an impromptu trap. Just shoot him,
Mhm.
to just
Yeah.
if they're sending a pair, just take two of them out immediately, and then deal with this. We'll have to hope that you deal with the sniper otherwise.
What
Sure.
I'm gonna need to do is Jake check to see. I'll let him know I'm hearing voices. I need to know how many of these people are coming.
Okay, on the
Because if
radio.
it's two, sure, yeah. So I'll just
Okay.
say that in the radio. Because if it's two, we could, but if it's more than like 4 or 5,
Yeah, I agree. We agree. We split.
Okay, so Jake, you hear your radio comes to life, and you hear Katzman asking for intel, and you see over in the ruins here. Well, I gotta just get a couple of tokens going here.
I'm still in awe over how my character's clumsy enough to knock over an entire wall. That's awesome.
Yeah, well done. Your RPG, the end of your RPG. Are you carrying your RPG with you?
Yeah. I don't see why Izzy wouldn't be. I'd say she left the dragon in the vehicle because, she would save that one rocket for like a truly armored vehicle,
Right.
and she's not expecting that kind of opposition on a job like this. And saying that, I probably jinxed it, but whatever. These things happen.
All right, just bear with me for a second while I get
Sure.
these tokens happening.
Oh, how these hexes? How much?
10
How
meters.
big are
They're
they?
10 meters per hex.
10
If you
meters.
use the if you use the measurement tool, you can see that I think it's set up just right.
Yeah, approximately.
Yeah, if you just put your mouse on the dot in the center of the hex and then just move it, it'll.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jake, you see 3 guys automatically appear out of the rubble over here. One sort of whoops. One guy goes in this entryway, and you see 2 others come out to the street corner, almost, and they just kind of pause at the rubble walls. You see this guy here with the submachine gun. He shouts back to, I'm sorry, the ACAM. He shouts back to somebody in the rubble that you can't actually see. Oops. Okay.
I just
Okay,
noticed
yeah,
they
so-
reuse squares on even on the map, like specifically in terms of the position, like where all the guys are by the helicopter, and then where we are. If you look closely, like these rocks and these rocks are in the same exact position.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that entire little building is flipped. It flipped 180 degrees.
Mhm.
Like the entire building is
Mhm.
reused.
Yeah. Yeah, I just took the maps and duplicated them.
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
so Jake, you also see in that building the sniper guy who shows up with a SVD rifle, and you see his silhouette in the window. He's looking around through his scope towards the south and east, but you still don't see anyone in the first location.
Okay. Okay, yeah, so I'll tell Katzman, yeah, sniper is looking your way. There's 3 to 4 guys in the building around the helicopter, not heading
And
your
we're
way.
heading for contact us. Move.
I don't see anybody heading your way at this moment.
Okay, so it gets quiet again, and you guys are just going to stay put and wait for any changes.
I'll stay put, but I'll tell sniper contact. Aim. Wait.
Sorry?
Basically, I'm going to let you know is if the sniper's looking at us, put your sights down on him, and if he does something, shoot.
The
Sure.
sniper-
Yep. On it.
Or oh no, wait, the other one. Never mind.
Yeah, we're talking about the
far
Western sniper that actually has us in his sight. So
Oh, gotcha.
it's going to be a matter of time if he spots us. So if he
Yeah.
does, it's going to be.
Okay, the thing is, you feel you can't see that spot where the Western sniper is because right now you guys are at ground
building's
level.
fine.
Yeah, and so you're confident that sniper in the far western spot won't ever be able to see you where you are because you got covered behind this 2-story car park, right? Like right here to your immediate west, and the rubble walls you're on. The only place that guy could possibly see you is a small, narrow sliver of place if you were to cross the street,
Yeah.
and that's a maybe.
Yeah, because I'm going to give this about a minute, and if there's no one coming, I'll just give the signal for us to move.
Okay, but Jake does see at this point one of these guys run across the street and into this building, and then disappear. And then soon afterwards, his buddy also, whoops, comes around and also runs into that building and disappears. And now the guy directing them stays in the rubble, but he moves a little bit closer up to the street.
So let's get going to move then. Izzy,
Yo,
lead the way.
copy that. So we're heading here.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I'm gonna have is Carl. Get the grenade ready. They are in building, so once we notice them, say hello.
With the Molotov cocktail.
Yeah, that is
Oh,
that.
okay. I thought we were going to try to like talk our way in, which would be funnier. But
Hey guys.
No, it'll be like Arnold and Predator when he kicks open the door and says knock knock, and then it's a guy with a grenade launcher.
so
Izzy
heading
will
over
take
there.
it a step further, draw an RPG. I'm just kidding.
So Izzy crosses the street.
Yeah.
No shots ring out. You do startle a dog in the rubble here who just looks at you suddenly and just takes off to the north down the street.
Yeah. Free contest.
Now you're trying to, Izzy, or is this for Izzy's attempt to sneak into the building or?
Yeah, we're trying to sneak in stealthily. Like,
Okay. Go ahead. If you're gonna do a group effort or just send one person in, then we can do that one person. Or if it's a group effort, it'll be Izzy's role. Either way, I guess.
so group effort.
All right. What again?
You get to push the
Yeah.
D6.
Oh, that's just that might not even be worth it.
The what?
If you push the D6, that might not be worth it to push, because you're just
Yeah,
likely
I'm
to
not gonna.
cause a bigger mishap
Yeah.
or cause
Yeah,
yourself
I'm
stress.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fail and get stressed. I'm not gonna chance it.
Yeah, you only get stress. Yeah, so yeah, it is stress with intelligence. That's good because you don't want to take health damage.
Yeah.
So you push the door open to go in. It was partly open, but a pane of glass in the door falls out and shatters on the ground.
No, Izzy, her face is just blank for a second. Oops.
Okay, you see.
I'm kind of amazed with her saying that. I thought it was only him that says sorry all the time.
I just smack. I just head smack for a minute. Jeez.
What's that?
Like like the head smack.
Like facepalm.
Like
Oh yeah.
face palm. Yeah, I'm just like
Okay,
amateurs.
you see inside of here. There's a doorway here. There's another doorway out, and a doorway here. So it's a room. It's a former living room. It's just a shambles, stained carpets, smashed furniture. The doorway is open, leading out of there, but it's dark beyond. It's all pitch black in here too, by the way.
So one thing is, Jake, what floor was the Eastern sniper?
Second floor. Jake's
Second floor.
We need to get up, take out the sniper. That's going to be good, and then that will actually be helpful in that we will have the high ground to like do some crossfire into the hospital. So yeah.
Watch, there's also at least 2 other guys in that building.
Yeah, this is us trying to figure out if we can notice them before they notice us. That's not fun.
Okay, so next action. Who's So Izzy is at the doorway. Katzman, you're over there now.
Yeah,
And
I'm going
then-
to move over there. I'm going to be by the door that's not open fully and then be on the one side. I'm going to look at Carl. I'm going to want him to be the observing point man. Izzy's
Okay.
no longer the point woman.
I mean, firepower wise, she has a shotgun, but
True enough.
Yes, but wool and shine a chop.
And then and Berta.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow like folks lead for now.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I'm going to try to make sure Berta is away from like the doorway and pointing at places where she can stay behind.
Izzy could cover
Okay.
her.
And so, Carl, you walk into the living room. You're trying to avoid crunching on broken glass and things. And you see what looks like maybe a hallway with potentially a stairwell beyond. And to the room to the north, that was to the west. The room to the north is dark. It's probably a kitchen back there.
Yeah, check. Poke my head in the kitchen to see if there's like another hallway. And then...
Yeah, you see a kitchen. Whoops, wrong tool. You see a kitchen with the back exit, and another doorway out there.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go in the kitchen and cover
Okay,
that doorway.
sounds good. And Jake, you see a soldier reappear, one you'd seen earlier with the RPK. And he appears out a window. He sort of leans out the window looking to the east. He's the only guy you see, though. But he's just kind of scanning the street.
On the first floor or second floor?
He's on the first floor.
Okay, yeah. So we got a guy, first floor, to your east
It's
of
probably
it.
about 30 meters.
Okay, then I'll let them know. I'm gonna point at Izzy.
Yes.
Go over. Put your ass on that. Make sure you actually have a line of sight. Carl, make sure you have line of sight to the west. There's a person on our floor.
Okay, Izzy, you see through the hallway, you see some stairs that go up. And in this hallway is the front door to the place. Beyond the stairs, the hallway goes past and towards a room at the back where Carl is kind of covering.
Oh, so it just goes into here?
Yeah, but it's all dark back there.
Okay, I'm gonna have Bertha then go in, and then I'll go in and be right behind Carl because we're gonna find out what's west of this.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, I'll take the rear. That's fine with me.
Okay. Okay. And then, Jake, you see that guy with the RPK in the window? He walks back into the dark part of the room and you lose sight of him.
Okay.
Looks like we found stairs though, leading to the second floor.
Looks
Yeah.
like.
We're to the second floor, so Carl, you want to go with, and we check out that, and Izzy and Berta ensure nothing goes through on their end.
Do you mean you want to secure your tail?
Yeah, basically, one group goes upstairs, so 2 men and 2 men down here, and just like ensures, because we do have a. Oh wow! So it's not connected at all. That's good.
Yeah, you see that there's a bedroom in the back here, and there's a bathroom on the ground floor right here. But other than that, there's no wall connecting you through to the next spot.
Okay, let's
It's like
look.
like an apartment block, basically. Then.
Yeah, like row housing.
Oh, then we taking the stairs up may not get it. Well, we'll see.
Mm-hmm. There's you hear the sound of the environment upstairs, like wind. So maybe there's a way through because this building was severely damaged.
I'll come back around and round up the stairs.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
gonna go behind him. Which of us do you want us to do for the recon? What's your recon and intelligence?
Probably
D12,
Carl.
12 and D8 is
Okay.
Carl's.
Yeah, you can roll it. You have a die higher than me.
Any fires?
And this is a roll to be quiet or a roll to look for the bad guys.
We'll look for bad guys.
Okay,
As I the top floor there.
gotcha.
No modifiers.
Just for darkness, so step down. Let's check that modifier. I think it's just checking here. Yeah, dark, cloudy night. So it's a -2, basically. It's that dark. So you take your lowest dice and step it down one, and then step it down again.
So would that be a D4?
So if it becomes a D4, then it just removes that dice altogether. So then it leaves you with just one dice, which would be your next dice.
So I had a D8, remove two, so it'd be D6, and then nothing. So
That's
should
right.
have a D12.
That's right.
Nothing.
Oh,
Oh.
no.
There we go.
Oh.
So you can push it if you want.
No, you can't because you can't push anything.
Oh, it's because it's a missile.
Can't push once.
Okay, so you don't detect anyone in the upper floor, or feels like there's anyone around you. So you keep on heading up the stairs.
Quiet.
Yeah. Now you do see a destroyed entrance into the second floor of the next building. So you can walk through. The roof is missing, basically in this area. And it looks like you can get into the next apartment, which is more of a shell, but there is some ways you can walk through. So you see from here, essentially this is the upper floor. And it's mostly a destroyed room. You can see there's gaps down to the floor, and there's holes out into the courtyard to the north. And it's at that moment that a shot rings out. So the second sniper reveals himself. He had moved to the north when he thought they might be getting flanked. And he was peering out of a second floor window here. And he sees Carl move into that opening. And he's going to take a shot at Carl.
Nice.
So his agility isn't that great. So he's got a D8. And his ranged combat is also a D8. But he's going to aim. So there's no snap. What's that?
No,
Yeah, I was just checking the modifier. So he's going to aim, which gets rid of the snapshot. Just checking that modifier. He's got a telescopic sight, but he's not taking a sniper shot. He's just taking a regular aim. Range is short. And that's kind of it. Now the dim light, it's dark, it's -2 there, so that will get rid of his lower D6. So now it's just a D8 left.
that's not too bad.
Okay? Yeah, not too bad.
Plus
So
any plus his one ammo dice.
that's right, he's going to roll one ammo dice. So he's going to roll a D8 and a 1D6. So the D8 is for his agility, plus 1D6 for ammo dice. Now, if he gets extra successes on the ammo dice, it could translate into extra hits. Okay, so he missed you with the shot, but the ammo dice came up a success, which means you have to roll for suppression. So he took suddenly 6 shots, ripped through the building. And now you have to roll your coolness under fire. You know what
Okay,
that
mine
is?
is B, so what do I roll? Yeah,
That'd be
it's B.
a D8. Now, Katzman is here, so you also get your morale bonus. You get to roll a D6 as well.
Did you say B or D?
B.
I think-
He said B. So
A B should be a D10.
For a unit.
Right, sorry. Yeah, my bad. So if you're
No, his
coolest
coolest
under fire,
He's an operator.
Whoever is eating, would you mind muting your mic? Because all that crinkling is kind of annoying.
So it's a D10 plus a D6.
That's right.
He's not suppressed. That's good.
Woo!
That's right, because you got one success. So you're not suppressed, but we're gonna quickly zip to the turn order here. Let me just
Do initiative.
delete some. Yeah, we'll do initiative. So everyone will just roll a d10 because I still haven't taken the effort to figure out that
Initiative cards.
Yeah, thank you. So let me know what your initiative is.
It's 5. Our initiative is 5.
Wow.
What's so funny?
You know, 5.
3 of us rolled 5s. Now I have to figure out.
Oh wow.
Okay, and I'm gonna roll for the bad guy here as well. He rolls a 4. And let's see, who else do we got? So I gotta add Carl. Turn, add Kurtzman. Katzman. And Berta. So, Berta, we'll make you a 7.
Yay.
Izzy will make. What did you roll, Izzy?
Izzy was a 7 originally.
Okay, we'll bump you up to an 8 then. Katzman,
But I rolled
what did you
7
roll? A
first,
5?
though, I thought.
Yeah, so I'm just putting you ahead of Berta because she rolled a 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But, no,
But
putting me ahead.
Oh, right. Sorry, I'm going backwards. It's actually just ascending from 1 is the best, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make you a 6. My apologies.
Sweet, thank you.
And Katzman, did you roll a 5?
Yep.
And who else rolled a 5? Carl.
Carl
So
and
we'll
Bertha.
make you-
So.
We'll make Carl a 4. And we'll make the SVD guy 3. And what did Jake roll?
Oh, should I roll?
Yeah,
Yes, please.
You're the sniper.
6. So 6. Shit, I forgot to. So what did I say? Carl was sorry. Carl was a 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
4.
Katzman was a 5. Izzy was a 6. Berta was a 7. And we'll make Jake a 3. I don't think you can see what's happening at this moment, anyways.
Yeah, but he has the
And,
orders to,
Yes.
shoot the sniper.
True enough. Okay, so Jake, starting with you. You hear some shots go off. Now, from where you are, you can't actually see anybody except for the guy on the down by the road
Mm-hmm.
right here. And you can actually see that other sniper at this moment who's looking out his little hidey hole to the east. So you do have 2 targets.
Okay. I'm gonna fire that sniper while I got the shot.
Okay. Seems like a wise choice. And now modifiers are just check the range for me. I think you're probably in short range still. But you are.
Short range for a sniper rifle, yeah. Aren't these for a kilometer?
Well, I mean, each weapon has its range. Like I think you have an M21, is that right?
Yeah.
I'll look it up. Unless you have that handy,
Yeah. 1 second.
whatever the range is, and then count it's in hexes. So if you're over that amount of hexes,
Range is 10.
okay. I think you might be over 10 hexes, but let's just check real quick. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so you're into medium range. So for modifiers, that's going to mean you get a -1.
Okay.
But you're aiming. If you take a slow action with this, if you want to take a sniper shot, you get a +2, but it means you can't shoot till the next round. You know what I mean? Because it's a slow action to take a sniper shot. It's your call though.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Wasn't he
Okay, so-
already like preparing that ahead of time, or now that this is ahead of the plan, he's going to do the sniper shot?
I think now that he's going to do the sniper shot, he's been kind of he could take a shot right now if he wants to, but if he wants to get that +2, yeah. So you decide to just sight it in. You're going to take your slow action, doing your sniper shot, and we'll go next round.
Yeah.
And you're just going to hope that he's still a target next round, right? Basically, how sniper. Yeah. That's a sniper's life for me.
Yeah.
Okay, and then it's the sniper's turn again, the Eastern sniper. So he's going to take another shot at Carl, who I'm assuming is you're going to be trying to get cover, right? Basically,
Yeah, I mean,
you didn't.
When that happened, I wasn't suppressed. I ducked behind whatever wall was available.
Oops. Yeah, I accidentally exited my game. I'll be back in a second.
Hey guys,
You guys noticing?
Just erase the enemies while he's gone.
Yeah. In roll 20, sometimes if you zoom out too fast, Okay, so unluckily for you, Carl, the sniper is going to take another shot at you, but this time you're obscured because you're partly behind rubble, and he can't see your left side. So he'll be able to see your left arm, your left leg, that kind of stuff. Okay. So it's pretty much the same modifiers, and he is going to do a D8 and +1 D6. Both misses. So more rounds go flying by. The room fills with dust and debris, and that's his turn.
Did this sniper reload on this turn?
No, I think he's got 10 rounds.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess okay, sounds good.
I didn't actually double check that, but
I think he might have burned through it. Probably burned through at least one meg by now.
I think so. This would be it. Magazine 10. So yeah, he just emptied his mag. And then that's his turn. So Carl, bullets flying all around you. Luckily, you're not suppressed, which would have meant you would have been licking the paint on the floor and trying to get a quick prep. Yeah. So what are you going to do? You got fast action, slow action, or 2 fast actions?
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
I've got the handouts there too if you want to quickly consult anything in the handouts.
There we go.
So you are 1, 2, 3, 4 hexes away from him, which might be medium range for your submachine gun, most likely.
Yeah, I think that one is it's 3, range 3.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, you'll definitely be in medium range, which will give you a negative modifier. Actually, it might be as much as 5 hexes away. I think you're 5 hexes away. That's still medium range though.
Yeah, so I'm gonna peek around the corner, take aim, and return fire.
Okay.
So aim and fire, fast and slow.
Sounds good. So you don't get the snapshot negative modifier. You do get, so that starts with your basic attribute plus your ranged combat. So that should, what are those?
So it's agility and range combat, so it'd be a D8 and a D10.
Okay, so for medium range, you're then going to reduce it -1 dice. So off your lower die, so which would be your agility, right?
Yeah.
So that becomes a D6. Now,
Okay.
he's not prone, but he does have some cover. So, although we didn't subtract your cover, oh yeah, we did, right? So that's a further -1. So your D8 was a D6, and now it becomes gone. So your agility is removed,
Okay.
and you're left just with your ranged combat. And I think, and then darkness. We forgot that for the last round, so we'll just leave darkness off for this one too. So basically, you're just down to your ranged combat, which is a D10. And now, before you roll, you want to choose your rate of fire. The rate of fire for your bison is 5, so which means you can choose one or all 5 of those bursts, and each burst is going to equal to a D6 of your ammo dice. So you could, since your magazine is immense, it holds 64 rounds, you could still fire all 5. If you rolled 6 on all of your 5 ammo dice, that'd be 30 rounds, and you still have 34 rounds left in your magazine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm gonna just go for it.
Nice. So you're gonna light that little courtyard up with muzzle flash and roll 6. So you're gonna roll a D10 and 5d6. That little bison is amazing. The IP or the PP19.
Yeah, that's why I asked for it.
I mean, it was a fun gun to use during.
Ah.
Holy shit, he hits.
Oh, so
He hits just one success, and it looks like a jam.
No, jam is 2 or
Uh,
more.
Oh,
you
okay.
have to get 2 mishaps, but yeah. So you did get 1 success and 1, and then that's it. And then you count up all the dice, and that's how many rounds you actually
Yeah, it
fired.
actually
So
tallies it up for you, 19.
6. Oh yeah. Well, that
also
include,
includes
Yeah, you gotta subtract
Don't-
7 from that.
don't include the ranged combat dice.
It would be
So yeah,
12.
you fired off 12 rounds rather conservatively, but you did hit him. So now you can't see his legs as they're behind cover, but you can then roll a location dice, which is the D6. 1 is the head, and there's a hit location table. 2 to 4 are the torso, and 5 and 6 are. I'm sorry, 6 is a head, 5 is the arm, 1's the legs. So if you roll a 1, it'll be hit the cover instead.
So 1d6.
1d6 for location, yeah.
torso.
Nice.
Yeah, right in the middle chest, center of gravity. And then now we check damage. So damage is 1 on this thing. Now the sniper's not wearing body armor, so that's a direct hit. I'm sorry, damage is 3. Crit is 4. So damage is 3. This guy gets hit, and he's got to make his coolness under fire roll.
Damage is 1 on this gun, I think.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I got that backwards.
Damage is 1, crit is 3.
Okay, so he does get hit.
Which gun is this?
This is the IP or the PP19. It's on under Soviet weapons.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So he is going to roll his
okay.
coolness, and he did not succeed on his coolness under fire, so he goes down.
Yes.
And you can't see him; he just disappeared.
That is a really weird gun.
Yeah, it's got
It seems like it'd be really good for suppressing fire, and it's just okay at everything else.
in close combat, it could be super nasty.
Yeah.
Next door. Okay, so that's nice work, Carl. Aimed, fired a bunch of bursts. Down goes the sniper. Katzman, it's your turn. You hear the machine gun going off, the submachine gun. You heard a bunch more firing.
Did I see this? Did I see the sniper?
You did not. You saw the muzzle flash shine into the room at the top of the stairs where you are, but you didn't see the sniper. You only heard Carl's submachine gun after the sniper rounds.
I'm gonna do like a cautious move and move into cover to where Carl is to make sure he's fine.
Okay.
Let the rest know we have contact, especially Jake.
Okay. Okay, you find some cover in there, and you do some communication, and you basically see the orientation of where Carl is aiming and firing. So it's to the northwest. And so that was your seek cover action, right? Basically.
Yeah, so I think it's like 2 fast actions I did. So
Okay.
take cover and then yeah, and then
Okay, Izzy,
Okay.
you hear the sniper shots, then followed quickly by the submachine gun, and you saw Katzman finish the last few steps to the top of the room, top floor.
Did the sniper die, or is he still there?
You don't know.
Okay, so
You just heard
the
shooting.
question is, can I move up
No
to
contact.
here? Because I thought you told me that you can move up to 2 hexes without an action, right?
You can definitely ascend the stairs and get into that room.
Okay,
Yeah.
so with my rocket launcher drawn, Izzy steps up the stairs, looks to her allies. So here's a joke: which rocket is best for getting rid of people?
So are you gonna fire this round?
Well, come on.
No.
She just like stops her foot. Come on. All right, then
So
I'll
what?
answer it. Aims, dismissal, and then fires. So now I gotta.
Dismissal.
Yeah. So where is the
So since you did a move, that's your fast action, I believe.
Well, no,
So
I
you
thought
won't
you
be
said
able to.
no, hold on. I thought you said you could in a previous session that you can move 2 without having to take an action.
No, I think that is your move. But if you want to do more than 2 hexes, then you have to make a roll, like
okay.
an
Well,
agility
in that
roll.
case, I'll just go ahead and fucking dumbfire this thing at the.
You can still shoot; it just won't be an aimed shot.
Okay, I know.
You can-
I was just saying aim is kind of like a joke.
Okay.
So,
So you can run up into the room.
yeah, so she just
Make your-
casually strolls up, and then after making a joke that nobody seems to care about, she fires. So that is going to be. Oh, D10.
he barely understands like English. What makes you think he'll understand like lots of jokes? He requires
Yeah, I got a
idiom.
success.
So Izzy, you did happen to see what window to shoot at because you saw
Yeah,
the dust and debris
Yeah.
from the submachine gun rounds.
yeah. So fire rocket there, and then blast damage to the gun. The RPG has blast C, so that's a D8.
Okay, did
The
you
gun- the
already
rocket-
figure
the
out?
rocket- the rocket itself? So it does 7 damage and has -1 to armor.
Hey Cody, is anyone else
Everybody's
noticing Cody's mic is fading out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, but I was saying, so my gun, or my, the RPG, so it does 7 damage.
Mm-hmm.
The crit is 2.
No.
Armor is -1, and then the blast is C, so I'm assuming I roll a D8.
Now let's just back up a second though. I just
Alright.
want to make sure you hit the spot you wanted to hit.
Well, I know I
'Cause
got
we
a
gotta-
success, so I hit it.
Yeah, but did you factor in the modifiers though?
No, I didn't realize that there were supposed to be modifiers.
Yeah. So when you don't aim, it's a -2.
Oh.
So your let's say your ranged combat will go down to a D6.
Okay, so that's still a failure anyway.
It's still a success, you mean? Because you rolled a 6 on the first
I meant,
die.
like the die, the range combat die is a failure, but the roll still succeeds
Right.
based on the results I got.
Yeah, and if we had been doing darkness, it would have been another -2. But
Alright.
I think just we got to make sure we check the modifiers because there's always
Yeah.
then we don't have to go back in time and try and fix it. That's cool. So then the rocket slams into the window or the wall just below the window. Is that your target? Since
Yeah,
you can't
just
really see
aiming
the sniper.
for the general, like, as he figured out.
Awesome.
That there was at least one person there, so that's what she's going to fire at.
Right on. Okay, so yeah, the rocket goes through the cover because it's just a brick wall basically. But I think there's a table on the books for cover, right? And comparative values.
Probably.
Does anyone remember where that is?
Cover. So, I was actually
Brick walls, 2 armor rating.
2 armor rating. Okay.
But
For
So
brick
if
wall,
you have
yeah.
a
mind that this is -1 armor for the RPG.
right,
So
so
it's
then
just
it becomes just 1, right? So it only takes 1 off of the damage.
Yeah.
So the damage gets through the wall with 6, and then it explodes. So it has an explosive effect. And is
Yeah.
it what type of explosive effect is it? C.
C.
Okay, so this means you roll 2d8,
Okay.
and it automatically, since he's in the same hex, it automatically does 1 point of damage to him, and then you roll 2d8, and any further successes will be more hits.
Okay, so I got an 8.
Nice. So that's another hit. So we're going to roll location. 2 locations on him.
And I did, well, potentially if his armor, well, no, it's -1 armor still, so I would assume that would apply to his health or like his body armor.
Right, he doesn't have body armor, and he
Okay.
doesn't even have a helmet on. He's just got a cap.
Okay. And technically, I'm almost certainly going to do a crit on him because the RPG crit is 2, and
Yeah.
the damage is 7.
Absolutely. So yeah, so go ahead and roll location.
Okay, that's D6.
Yeah, this is for the RPG round, and then we'll do a location for the fragmentation, which will be a separate
All right.
location. So the 5 is a arm, I believe. It
Okay.
was.
Now what do I do?
Checking, okay. Yeah, 5 is arm, and then so that's roll on the critical table a D10.
Okay.
And
Oh!
I think that.
D10 on the critical. Yeah, you blew his arm off. So severed arm. So he'll be dead
did
within.
I see the arm go flying out of the building?
Sure.
As he slowly turns around, you can never have enough overkill.
So if you want to roll location for the other
Okay.
fragmentation,
So D6 and then D10.
that is
8. So I rolled, I think, body.
for location. You rolled a 2. Yeah, body.
Okay, body, and then I got an 8 for the
Okay.
damage of the crit.
Yeah, torn intestines. Poor guy. double lane. Okay. Now the backblast fills the room with smoke, dust, and debris. And Katzman and Carl, you got to roll coolness under fire again.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
Shit, I didn't
it's okay. It happens.
realize that it would do that. I apologize, guys.
I mean, as long as you didn't fucking kill us with the backblast.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's not Rising Storm Vietnam. I think.
So Carl, I think 2 is not a success, but it's not. So that means you are suppressed. I think. Okay, and Carl, you get to roll a d6 again because of unit morale, and it looks like
okay.
yeah. And Katzman didn't succeed either, so he's suppressed unless you roll a 6, Carl. No, so both of you guys are suppressed by this sudden eardrum exploding backblast in the room. It's not as bad as some shoulder-launched weapons. The RPG is known for its reduced backblast, but
There's no AT for
anyways, right. So the room just fills up. The visibility becomes 0, and you guys are all slightly deafened.
Jesus.
So Berta, you hear sniper rifle fire, you hear submachine gun fire, and then you hear this deafening kaboom from upstairs.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I look across. So I look across. I'm in the corner. Does it look like I can get into this building right here?
Yes. You can get there easy in a fast action.
Okay. See, I actually want to move a bit. Might even. Let's see. I think I might actually go try 1, 2, 3. I might even try to get over here. I think I'm gonna run.
Okay.
So I'll roll mobility. Do I move and then roll mobility, or do I roll mobility and then move?
You can do two hexes without having to roll, and then roll to go into further hexes. Yeah.
Yeah, because I want to do like 1, 2 basically, and then I want to get into here, into this hex.
Okay, and then so just make a mobility roll to get into that hex.
Yeah, any modifiers?
Yeah. I would say no modifier.
Okay, that's 3 successes.
Nice. So you can go even an extra. You can go an extra hex further if you want.
I'm trying to think. Do I want to go any further? Sure. Yeah, I'll get. Assuming I can get into this hex and that there's like a window or something that I can look out of, then I'll go over here.
Okay. Yeah, there is. So looking out, you see a great big billowing smoke, some disseminating sort of fires.
So it looks. I don't know. It looks like I can't tell if they got hit by an RPG or something. But
Yeah.
there's an RP. There's a smoke over here. This one's on fire, and this one's just smoking.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I see any other? Do I see anyone else in the courtyard?
Yeah, actually, you just happen to notice at this moment. Let me just see here 1 sec. A soldier appear on the ground floor, just down to the building to the west of your buddies. You see him there? He just leans out. He's right here.
I see him.
Yeah,
Okay.
a marauder.
So
He leans out. He leans out and he looks up from where the RPG round came from. But he hasn't seen you.
Okay, I'm trying to think. Let's see. If I tried to shoot him this turn, that would be. It's short. It's within 1 range increment. So that's short range.
Yeah.
I think. And then
And you get a -2 for without aiming.
and then a -1 from the dim light.
Yes.
So actually no. That's a no sell. Then I would just be rolling ammo dice.
Okay.
So I'm not going to do that. Let me see. Because I wasn't. I guess I'll probably just dive and take cover and then attack him next turn when I can actually aim and eliminate that aim penalty.
Okay.
Let me double check. Yeah. All right. I am going to, I guess, seek cover.
Okay. Sounds good. And he never, to your knowledge, he never spotted you, so you have an added advantage there. Okay, Berta, nice move, and that's your turn, I think.
Yeah, I'm just going to seek cover in that hex. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Jake. You've been patiently managing your breathing, and this guy up on the tower there, he's not quite a tower, he's about 3 stories high, but he's craning his eyes, he's looking over the rifle, trying to see any targets.
Well, we'll see what we can do about that.
You give him a target. It'll be fast-moving target, a little piece of lead. So you can choose if you want to fire just 1 bullet anytime. You don't have to roll all your ammo dice, but or even 1 ammo dice if you choose to just fire 1 bullet. But it's your choice. But basically, the modifiers you have for him are, we'll call it dim light, so -1. And he's you can't see his legs. He's got some cover from the legs, covering his legs. Other modifiers are, I think, the range. It's medium range, so it's another -1. But you get your +2 for your sniper shot, so that cancels that out.
And then with my sniper specialty, that's another +1 on top.
That's right.
Or is that okay?
It is. And if you want to, you can do a called shot because you have all these advantages and pick a spot. That's a further -2, though, if you want to do a called shot. Like if you say, I want to take out his left eyelash, you know, what kind of thing. But that's your call.
Okay, I'm gonna try for a headshot.
Okay. So that's a
all
-2
in
then?
So all in that equals out to a -1, I think.
Nice.
So
You take the minus off your lowest dice, or your lower dice, and just step it down 1 step.
Yep.
So what's going to be your final roll? And how many ammo dice are you going to roll?
it's my final roll is a 10 and an 8.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And then How does ammo dice work again?
You just roll a d6. You check your rate of fire for the weapon, and I think for you have an M21, right?
Yeah, so it's 2.
Okay, so you could fire all 12 rounds. Like you could fire 2 6-sided dice worth, or just 1 6-sided dice, which could mean you could fire up to 6 rounds. Or you could choose to fire just 1 single shot if you want, and we'll just strike 1 round off of your gun, your magazine. We'll still roll that ammo dice. We'll still roll the ammo dice to see if you get an extra success, like I roll another 6, but we'll just count it as 1 round.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so you got a success with your agility, no success with the ranged combat, and the ammo dice didn't come up as a success. But you fired just 1 shot, you said?
Yeah.
Well, that is a success. So you hit him in the head with your called shot, and then let's check damage. The
So it's a 3. I
M21,
got 3.
3 damage and a 3 crit. So that means it's an automatic crit because the damage equals the crit. I think that's how that works. And so then you roll on the crit table. What did you roll?
You got an 8.
I got
Oh,
an 8.
Yeah,
8.
he followed that. It's
Ooh.
not coming up.
Shattered
Yeah,
neck.
Right at the base, tick out the base of his skull, and down he goes.
Boom.
Oof. Oof.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
Maybe not the most humane shot, but
No, he can't snipe us down. Pretty good.
Yeah, he's out of commission.
You guys hear that telltale from across the courtyard? Hopefully that's a good sound. And then, Jake, I think that is your slow action. You still have a fast action this round if you want to take one.
Well, I'm just gonna swing around and start aiming towards this guy.
Okay. That'll give you, at least remove the modifier for the beginning of your next turn, the negative snapshot. Okay, well done, sniper. Nice overwatch. So then it's this sniper's turn, but he is mostly dead. So he gurgles and gurgles. And then it's the other bad guy's turn. So this guy here at the window, Berta, are you keeping an eye on him?
Yeah,
basically?
I'm keeping an eye on him. I'm gonna be aiming. My
Okay.
intention is to aim on him next turn. So, but right
Okay.
now I just grabbed cover.
Okay. So he actually ducks out of view and disappears from sight. And Katzman and Izzy and Carl, who are upstairs, you guys hear stomping and noises from next door. And much to your chagrin, this soldier appears at this doorway with an RPK. And you guys are all, except for Izzy, are suppressed, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So
So what is
this
what is
guy
that?
just... It means you can't do anything. It means you can't do anything on your turn. You're lying prone and safe, says Katzman. But the RPK guy comes to the door, and the room is still filled with smoke and dust. So he doesn't see Katzman and Izzy. I mean, Katzman and Carl. But he does see Izzy standing in the window there with the smoking RPG tube. So he screams something in Russian that you don't understand, Izzy, and he's gonna do a snap off of some snapshots at you.
Okay.
So he's got a agility of a D8 and a ranged combat of D8. Now that's already -2 for the no aim, so that gets rid of one of the D8s. It's obscured in here, so that's another -2 because of all the smoke and darkness. So that gets rid of his other D8. So he's just going to spray 4 ammo dice worth of D6s at you. Sound good?
Sure.
So 4 D6. Oh, I got 2 successes, which since he isn't aiming though, or he hasn't rolled on the actual attribute dice, those don't translate into hits. They just translate into coolness under fire checks. So you have to make your coolness under fire check. Katzman's in the room, so you get an extra d6. Now you have to make it's a negative modifier, I guess, since he's got 2 successes. So what's your coolness under fire there?
Coolness under fire is C, so that's a D8.
Okay, so let's remove the d6 for group morale as a 1 modifier, just because you got 2 successes on.
Alright.
So many of those snapping rounds went zipping so close to your ear that you got a negative modifier there.
Nice.
Oh, nice. So you're not suppressed. You stand there amidst the incoming hail of lead, and with a smirk on.
Oh yeah, it is
Okay.
gonna definitely just be grinning at that. So.
Cold-blooded. Okay, so then it's Carl's turn. So Carl, you have to try and shake off your suppression, which
Okay.
is another coolness under fire roll to try and get a success. And I think that
Okay.
takes one of your actions as well. So you're only left with one of your actions. I forget which one. Do you guys remember if it's when you come out of? I'm just gonna check it too.
So
Suppression.
Suppression. It doesn't say in the actions table what it does. Or at least
Yeah. Checking. Where did I see that? Yeah, here we go. And next roll, you roll coolness under fire. This is page 64 of the player's book. If you succeed, you can perform a slow action, but you lose your fast action. Okay.
Well, you could perform 2 action, or I mean, like another fast action, because like they say, you can do 2 fast or fast and slow, right?
No, basically the fast
Do that.
the fast action is what you need to spend to shake off your suppression.
But I thought you could usually do 2 fast or.
Normally you can, but so he's using one
Oh.
to shake off the suppression. At least I think that's how I read that. Yeah, if you succeed, you can perform a slow action, but you lose your fast action, it
Oh.
says.
You got it.
So technically I see what you mean. So you can perform a fast action. I see what you're saying, Cody, because he should also be able to perform a fast action if he loses a fast action.
Yeah,
right?
because under normal circumstances, you can if it's for this game
Yes.
too, you can do a 2 fast or 2 fast and slow. So that's,
I could see that. I could see that happening. It's just for this game.
yeah. That's
So if you want to do a
that's-
fast action,
that's what I was getting at. Sorry for derailing
Yeah.
it, but
no worries. Hey, Carl. So roll your coolness under fire, and Katzman is here, so you get that modifier still. So you would roll a d6 for Katzman's unit morale as well. Oh no! Did you already roll it? Oh no, you didn't.
yeah, nice. You got it too.
Okay. So you shake off your suppression, and now you have a slow action, which could be shoot, I suppose, if you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yep, I'm just gonna return fire at this guy.
Okay, so it's the same kind of modifiers. You have darkness and smoke. So that ends up being a total of -4. So deduct from your lowest dice first. And if you get down below D6, it just removes that dice altogether. It might mean that you're just left with ammo dice, depending on how good your dice are.
Let me see here. So it would be. It takes it down 4, so D8 would be gone, and then I would have a D10. I would have 1 D6 for range combat plus my ammo
Okay.
dice.
Good. So a D6 plus however many dice you want to fire. You still got 34 bullets in your
Yeah,
bison.
I'll do all 5. Do all 5.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh,
Shit.
Damn. So you missed everything basically, but it made a hell of a lot of noise. It was very impressive. The room fills up with room fills up with smoke, more muzzle flash, sparks flying, as you basically destroy the door jamb and the wall behind him. He, lucky for him, he doesn't. Based on this, he doesn't really have to even make a coolness under fire roll. Now you can always push these rolls, except I think you rolled a 1 on the ammo dice, so you can't.
Did, yeah.
That means you can't control. Too bad. Okay, and that's your turn, Carl. As you just basically get to your elbows and empty most of your magazine. You still got some ammo left, I think, and you kind of calculate.
Yeah, I have like 39 rounds left.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so Katzman, you see the roar of the bison next to you after the room filled up with lead from this marauder, but you need to shake off your. You're unsuppressed. Good. You still got a slow action.
I'm going to use that to aim.
Okay. And then that ends your round.
Yep.
As you cool and calmly and collectively raise your weapon through the smoke and dust and take a bead. But Izzy, standing in the smoke,
So
unperturbed by all the lead,
Yeah,
it is
so-
now your turn. You got a fast and a slow action.
all right, so Izzy's going to aim and fire. So are there any?
So the modifiers are still -4, 2 for the darkness and 2 for the smoke. There's so much smoke in here,
Okay.
but you can see essentially his outline. The
Okay.
only thing you can't see is his left leg.
So I aim, which would get rid of. Does that get rid of one of their modifiers?
That gets rid of it. It doesn't get rid of anything.
Okay,
It only means you don't get a snapshot negative.
So my agility, so my range combat is B, so that's a D10. So -2,
Mhm.
that's a D6, and then minus another 2 on my agility.
Yeah. What's your base agility?
So my agility is a D10.
Okay, so they're both.
I think it would
D10s,
just
right?
wipe one of them out, right?
Yeah.
Well, wait, why does it wipe it out? I thought it's like it can go no lower than a certain amount.
Well, so it starts. Unless you got 2 D10s, we'll start with, let's say, your ranged combat.
Yeah.
And so one negative modifier makes it a D8. Another negative modifier makes it a D6. So that's 2 of your negative modifiers. Now, if we take another 2 off, it'll get rid of that'll get rid of that D6 altogether, which leaves 1 negative modifier left, which will take off your remaining D10 and make it a D8.
Okay.
So you'll have a D8 and then however many ammo dice you want to roll.
D8 plus. I'm just gonna mag up on this guy. So my ammo, or so do I roll my rate of
Roll a
fire?
D8. Yeah, and the rate of fire for your shotgun was what was it again?
It is
Was it
rate of fire
5,
2.
4, 2. So then roll 2 D6 if you want to shoot the maximum amount.
Oh wait, I typed in the command wrong. Ooh.
Hey, so that's a success. And then you fired basically 7 shotgun rounds at him. Ka-toom, toom, 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 toom. So the success is a hit for sure. And you just roll location.
Okay. Hold on. So I just need to write down. 10. Okay. And then so hit location is D6, and that would be I think arms.
6 is
No, it's a 5.
I forgot.
5.
Oh, okay, hit location 5. That's in the arm.
Okay. And then roll.
And so-
or actually, no, I didn't do a crit
Well-
on them yet.
Yeah, so it's just if you'd got extra successes, it could have resulted in a crit, but
Yeah.
instead it does 3
damage.
points of damage to him.
Yeah.
Okay. Bloom. So he's definitely wounded. And we'll put a little marker on him there. And that, I think, is your round. And the nice thing about that, though, the shotgun, just going to roll his agility, which is a C. So that's a D8. And that isn't greater than the amount of damage. So he's knocked down onto the ground just from the shotgun's impact. Kadoosh! Oh! So he hits the ground. Also, I would probably rule that he drops his RPK.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. Izzy, nice turn. Berta. So you hear more shooting. Tons of just small arms fire going off. RPK, 9mm, shotgun.
Yeah,
All this smoke.
well, my original plan was to like potentially charge in after him, but that doesn't seem like a good idea now. Is there room so I don't see any other targets around here?
That's right. There's nothing else going on. The courtyard in front of you is empty.
Dang it. I think, like, I mean, it sounds like it doesn't make any sense for me to charge right into that firefight. So I think I'm just going to sit tight and just overwatch, I'm just going to overwatch on the courtyard.
I think that's probably a good idea.
Shoot the first, I'm going to try to shoot, like, anything, like, the thing, anything. I'm going to shoot anything that doesn't look like it's one of the American.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so Overwatch. That's a good move.
All right.
Okay, Jake. You aimed last round. This guy you see, the only thing that this guy that you can see has done is crouch slightly at the explosions, and he's kind of taken a half step backwards to the west.
All right, if I got line of sight, I'm gonna take some shots on him.
Okay. Yeah, the range I think is still. It might be 10.
I think it's medium.
So
still.
medium. Okay, yeah, I guess you're right. So then that's the only modifier really is we'll say darkness and range. That's a total of -3.
Okay. So that'll be -2 total. Okay.
Cool. Sorry, I typed earplugs into the chat. It was very late. I was referencing Izzy's shotgun blasting. Yeah. Hey, what do we got here? We got a success.
Yep.
And then no extra successes. So he doesn't have to make a coolness on fire. I don't know why he does have to make a coolness because he got hit. So now we just roll location. And you can see all of them.
So, sorry, what's the location again? Sorry? 6?
6?
Yeah, D6. So that would be body.
Yeah, 3, that's right in the torso, center of mass. And now we check the damage, which I think for your M21 is 3. And what's the crit on your M21? Is it 4?
3.
Oh,
3
so that's
as
a
well.
crit hit automatically. So now we know the damage is 3, and then go ahead and roll on the critical hit table.
Oh,
What did you roll?
9.
Ooh, you basically. Oh no! Yeah, internal bleeding. You essentially perforated him. Much nastiness. Down he goes. You've taken out his aorta or something. He doesn't have long to live. He just drops like a stone.
Which one?
Boom.
The guy out in the center?
Yeah.
Okay, now I see
Yeah.
it.
All right. So now,
Brutal.
Jake. So you've done a slow action. You still have a fast action because you did your aim in the previous round.
I'm just gonna hold position and
Okay.
keep Overwatch here.
Okay. Then it's the bad guy's turn. So, Gerda, you'll find this interesting because in your Overwatch position, you see a guy appear. This was the guy you'd seen earlier. He's running from south to north, but he's passing by open windows. So you can take a shot at him if you want.
I'm trying to
It's,
think. So does that count? Does the Overwatch count as an aim, or is this an unaimed, basically?
I think it counts as aimed because I think think because you're kind of focused on an area, right?
Okay, let's see. That'd be 1, 2, 3. It'd be like, let's see.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's six hexes.
Yeah, that's medium range, which sucks. And he's moving.
The AK-74 is 6.
Oh, it is 6. You're right.
Yeah.
So it is dim. It is dim light moving target. So that's
So
some
it'd be a minus 3 total. Yeah.
So
I
that
think.
goes from D10, the D8, the D6 to nothing. So it'd just be ammo dice.
Right. So you'd only be suppressing him.
I don't want to let this Overwatch go to waste, and I don't know what he'll do. So I'm going to see him. I will see somebody moving, and I'm just going to open fire. I'm just going to burn. I'm going to burn a clip. I'm going to go for just 5d6.
Right on. Go Berta, rock and roll.
Okay, that's 2 suppression, but I do like that's almost entire clip.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
a 4'8" Polish woman going full auto with an AK.
It's not. It's
That's
5
pretty
foot
awesome.
something, but yeah.
So he has to make his coolness under fire, which is just a D6.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. And he rolls a 4. He does not succeed. So he goes down suppressed as you tear the wall apart around him. Okay. And now that was your slow action.
Yep. So
And,
that was full action from my original turn. So I saved it using the Overwatch.
And I'm going to move you, because that moves you in the initiative order.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah, so now you're at 2. We'll put you at 3 and we'll put Jake at 2. So
Okay.
now keep Jake up at the head of the initiative order. And so that's where you went. And then it's the bad guy's turn. That guy is suppressed, so he hugs the ground and cries to mama. And then it is Carl's turn. Okay, Carl, you saw what you thought was Izzy blast away at the doorway. After Katzman also... Oh, no, Katzman just aimed.
The excited
But,
screaming and shouting is a dead giveaway that it's just...
So it's your turn. The room is starting to get a little clearer, even though there's been a whole bunch more discharge of weapons.
Are there 2 doorways or 2
Yes,
ways
there's
out
one-
to the hallway?
There's the way you came back to the east, and there is a way south, which looks like it's a bedroom. So if you go south, you probably won't be able to get to the hallway that guy's in.
Okay, so there's 2. Okay, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna exit the room and like see if he's still alive. Like, I'm gonna kick his gun away and point my gun
Okay.
at his head to see if he's still alive.
Sure. Oops. So you basically need to go into the room that he's in, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's still alive. There's a hole in the wall here, which he came through, that goes into the next unit. But yeah, he's on the ground, and he's holding his arm to his chest as it spurts blood. And he's trying to pick up his RPK with his other arm as you come in.
Yeah, and I cover his head with my bison and tell him in Russian. I was like, don't move.
Okay. So he just looks up at you and he kind of freezes. He's trying to decide what to do, but he pulls his arm back slowly. So he's thought better of it. He's got some self-preservation. So you're covering him. And is that going to be your action, basically?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. You have enough time to walk up to him and kick his weapon away if you want to.
Okay, I will do that.
Okay, cool. He
Basically,
offers no
just like
resistance.
neutralize. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna just neutralize the threat.
Okay, cool.
Without,
he offers
without
no
killing at this
resistance.
point.
Yeah, and he looks. He relaxes back and lies down flat, like the fight has. He visually watched the fight go out of him. Okay, Katzman. Turns out, you see Carl walking sort of through your field of view and field of aim and into the room and basically apprehend this guy. So you can still shoot him if you want, but it's your choice.
No. I'm trying to associate.
That's not like that. So what
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 I'm
do you
going
do?
to do is like do a simple maneuver to look down this hallway
Okay. Yeah, you see.
and see what.
It's another. Yeah, you see another sort of like a master bedroom suite with a door here and then a door here. This room is also ruined. This room back here looks like an ensuite bathroom, and then this hallway's all dark to the north. So you have time to
I'm
move.
gonna move. Mhm.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah. So you
It's
go into the
basically-
room. Yeah.
It's-
Okay. You see
So I can move
when you
over
go
there.
by the doorway. Sure. When you go by the doorway, you see, which is probably another bathroom here, and then a hallway with another door, and a window at the back, and then the stairwell down, like here. I'm just gonna move that big sniper word.
Okay, cool.
So you see stairs down and a hallway at the back. There's a window near the stairs down at the back hallway.
I'm just going to put an overwatch over to there just to make sure anything
Okay,
comes
sounds
up
good.
that doesn't look friendly.
Okay. And do you do any communication or anything?
Yeah, I'll do a little bit of communication, just being like a unit help ready check.
Okay. Hey, Izzy and Jake, you feel free to answer on the radio to Katzman if you have anything to add. And I don't think Berta has a radio. Who else had the radios?
Did not pass me a
Catsman?
radio.
Okay.
We
I know
have 3
Katzman and
radios.
Jake.
I want to say that odds are probably give it to Bertha just because, you know, you don't want to have the fucking kid get separated and all that. And yeah,
Okay. Sounds good. So Berta, you hear Katzman call a situation report. Sit rep.
Okay, yeah, I dropped the sniper to the west,
So,
and
Katzman's Katzman, you're sniping.
No, it was Jake. Jake
Oh,
gets on
you're
the
right.
radio.
Yeah. So yeah, so Katzman's okay. That's it's tough because none of the other tokens are labeled. So Katzman's like right there. It's like Katzman. I thought you were dead. Like there's another. I have one of them pinned down in the was running through the hallway in the row house. I have him pinned down, but I can't get a clean shot at him.
keep aiming. You'll be fine. What floor?
First.
First floor.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you safe? Fine.
Oh, fuck! What do you think? Dumbass. Out.
He wasn't crying. I said, Carl, I think she's okay.
Awesome. Okay. So, Izzy?
Will reload.
Nice. Smart. Just slow action.
And then, so is there any way I would have heard about the development over here?
You did hear AK-74 fire happen to your back last round, but you weren't sure. You weren't exactly sure what which direction or.
Well, I mean, did I hear anything
who was
about
firing?
like, you know, like they were just having their conversation? Like, would I've heard that, you know, oh, there's somebody on the first floor in front of me, or
Yeah, let's say you heard the tinny voice of Berta through the radio, through the room.
so
with
if I
Katzman.
basically dove out the window and ran here, that wouldn't be metagaming.
Yeah, maybe. But if you do all out the
Jump
window,
out of a second floor window.
Well, I'm
Izzy
talking
she's a
about
bit
doing
of a wild one.
yeah, do it like XCOM style, like hold onto the window frame, then drop down, like squat and drop.
Sure, if you want to.
All right.
The funny thing is you could hear the tinny voice of Berta coming through the radio in front of you, but you're also a part of your sensory perception heard Berta's actual voice as it raised from behind you somewhere across the street. You know, it's like your stereophonic Berta's zone.
Alright. In that case, X-comming it out the window, dashing across here.
Okay, so just need to make a mobility roll.
No, I thought you only make a mobility roll if you move more than 2 tiles.
Well, you are diving out of a window
I'm not,
of a
like,
second
I'm not like swan diving out the window. I'm just like holding onto the frame and dropping down.
Yeah,
it
just
still
for
requires
the-
a
just for-
mobility check. It's difficult
Just the
terrain.
mobility roll.
Okay, so let me check my stats. So mobility, I have D, so that's D6 plus D10. All right.
You just don't want to get a double mishap. That's all. Call that the
Get my
sprained
pants
ankle.
caught on it and have my underwear showing.
Yeah.
You kiss the ground.
I'm gonna push that. 10 plus
Good roll to push.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
succeeded.
There you go. And I wouldn't have had to. You didn't necessarily have to push it. You don't have to push it. It's just you don't want any mishaps from that. So your physical specimen and dropping straight down from second floor window is a bit tough. But if you got any mishaps, there would have been worse.
Okay.
But there wasn't successes, wasn't failures. I'm good with it.
All right. And
Okay, so you make it across-
For emphasis, you know, I did my roll based on, like you were saying, like, oh well, you know, that you could hear the discussion,
Yeah.
and hearing shouting and all that stuff. So that's why. I
That's
did
cool.
That, so.
I like it. So yeah, you're at this, which looks like kind of a combination garage and maybe
Like a
tool shed.
Okay.
Yeah. Although it's fairly big. It's also got a garage door. You're at the garage door side. The garage door has been rammed and it's all bent. You can see in through the corner, but it looks like it's half garage, half tool shed.
There's probably more than a few. There's probably just a couple bullet holes through it since my crossing.
Yeah, that's right. And so you still have a slow action.
Oh, I still have a slow action. Oh, nice. Well, no, I reloaded.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, Jake. This is the next round.
Yeah. Just keep it watch. I actually have to go, unfortunately.
Okay, that's cool. This might be a good time to end it, actually, because maybe, yeah, let's just stop it here real quick. There's one surviving marauder that you guys are aware of, and he was last spotted on the first floor in this area.
So do you guys do XP right quick? Because I have the thing out.
Sure.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there is the where is it? The point for participation. There is.
Yep.
Did you follow your moral code despite significant risk to you or group? Yeah, I followed my moral code, I'd say.
Sorry, if you guys have a defined moral code, you other guys, and you feel like you've adhered to that, yeah, go ahead and take a experience point. I think Katzman, I like how you were definitely a non. If you can find the way to avoid casualties, that's definitely a experience point for you there.
I mean,
You're always like,
I blew a guy up and I shot somebody else to shit. So.
I know your moral code is like the exact opposite of Katzman's. It's awesome.
Where's the sheet? Where's the I know where's the errata with the XP?
The experience. It's on the Discord. It's pinned at the top of the Discord RPG discussion page, I think.
All right, thank you.
So,
Yeah,
then there's, did you risk or sacrifice something significant to realize your big dream? That's more or less on par with my moral code, so yes.
And then if you other guys, if you have a big dream listed already, it'll help define that.
Yeah.
But if not, just kind of hold that one
at
off.
least for this character, for me, the two are usually kind of related.
Yeah.
So, did you travel at least one hex on the travel map that you had not visited before? We did.
Yes. You each get an experience point for that, too.
Did you risk your life for your PC? Who is your buddy? My buddy was not here this session.
So, no. And
I mean,
Carl, I don't know if you have a buddy
Andre
yet.
so I probably need.
I don't have a buddy yet.
Yeah.
I mean, my buddy is the Captain Ruskowski or whatever his name is.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So hold on, that would be
NPC.
That's all of them. There are only 6 questions in this.
I think that's it.
Yeah, and in terms of leveling up the skill, So increase one skill at a time. So I'm going to use 10 XP to up my recon.
All right.
So I had 13 and now I'm at 3, and I'm going to, and because I used the skill of the session, I can make the rating go up from D to C.
Well
I
done.
think doesn't it say you have to wait till you rest or sleep?
No?
Well, it might be. I don't remember
it
reading
didn't
that.
say,
But...
it didn't say so on the pinned messages. It just says,
Oh, okay.
like, so you must have used the skill and succeeded at least once since your last increase. That's all it says.
Yeah.
So I'm just
But
going
there might
off
be
of what
something
Ed
about
shared.
that.
Yeah, it's on the
Yeah.
pinned messages. It says you can use your XP to improve your skills and specialties during the shift when you rest or sleep.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
I didn't see that.
So yeah, after a rest or sleep.
Oh,
Sounds good.
shit.
So it'll happen. It'll happen.
All right.
I mean,
okay.
if this is all the enemy combatants, I think we are going to be able to get a bit of rest and then figure out the next step.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah,
we still gotta
Cool.
kill
Talk to
this
you
guy.
guys next week.
Yeah. See you guys next
Thanks,
week.
Jake. Thanks for the Overwatch, man.
Yeah.
Have fun.
I hope
This
Izzy.
game is
Right.
fun.
Later, guys.
I hope Izzy has been tolerant.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I love that vision of Izzy standing in the window frame with a smoking RPG, just smirking at incoming machine gun rounds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. So.
Cool. So thanks, you guys. I
Yeah.
much appreciated. I know we're still trying to figure out the rules as we go and stuff, but that's the whole idea.
Yeah, I was
So
having
if
moments
you have
where
any
I
observation-
realized that, like, I was like, oh shit, I did something that I shouldn't have done, or I forgot to write this down, or I marked this. I mean, I'm making a lot of notes as I'm playing this. So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's good. It's good.
Nobody's commented on the YouTube videos, but I would not be surprised, and I would probably deserve it if somebody said like, "Oh my god, you cheater! You did it!" I'm like, I know I didn't. It wasn't deliberate.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
So it's good.
Yeah, it's
And
fun.
if you guys have any new observations or ideas about what works or what doesn't, yeah, feel free to
Yeah, I still
share
feel.
them.
I mean,
Well, unit morale to a D8.
What's that
Oh
again?
yeah, how does that?
I
Say
got
again?
command, so we now have a D8 for unit morale.
Oh, nice.
oh sweet.
So after your next shift, you'll be able to increase your command. That's cool.
Yeah, so
Awesome. And so, what did you think, Magrito? This is your first session with this game, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. It's way. I like the how granular it is. It's kind of like a slow motion, like a Call of Duty or something.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I know, and it's actually I played the earlier versions of Twilight 2000, and this is can speed bullet train compared. so the older versions of Twilight 2000, it was super slow mo bullet time, because you would track way more lots more modifiers, and it could get pretty granular. But so this, I'm glad, because I really like that actually too. I like a little bit more detail with modifications that can, make things feel believable, like even more so in a sort of a situation like this. So it's fun that it's not so slow, but it's feels like a good balance to me, anyways.
Yeah, right now I'm liking it so far. One reason I'm liking it so far is it seems like there's a lot of scalability where you can scale from very from very close close quarters, very simple, very almost narrative combat to bigger, larger scale tactical combat. It'll be interesting, especially start bringing out utility, artillery and vehicles and all that.
Yeah, I was reading the indirect fire rules. They're pretty neat. That kind of stuff. If you were trying to cross some ground where someone was calling artillery on you, that can be pretty stressful. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, very cool. Thanks for letting me come aboard.
Yeah,
my pleasure.
Play together.
that whole showdown, that standoff with the KGB and Catherine was pretty fun too.
That was,
That's hilarious.
that could have someone could have gotten shot there. That would have been
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, for a second I thought Jake was gonna start shooting, but then I was worried Bert was gonna be the first one to pull the trigger there.
That was super funny. Like I found myself wanting to, like as the character, like like hey everyone chill out. But then I kept, I was like, they don't know who the hell this character is. Like I have no cachet in this group at all. I'm just another
Yeah, no,
spook.
right. You just you're like, okay, yeah, just giving you a rundown of the squad, all of this, being really friendly.
I mean, as far like, I don't think like I don't really know like how much like Berta really knows about like the DIAC. As far as she's concerned, it's like they're just like the American KGB. So it's like
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're basically right. Which is very perceptive.
So yeah, so it's like no real difference there.
Awesome. Okay, that's cool. So Carl is now. I don't know. Was that a whisper roll or you typed that in the
No,
chat?
it's just typed.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. So Carl, you're making Carl your buddy.
Okay.
Yeah, because you don't know he's a spook.
Yeah, I just think
That's
it's
cool.
a fellow countryman. You're gonna be like, yeah. So
I like how
Izzy-
too you.
Izzy, you already have a buddy?
Well, I mean, I can change him because he wasn't around.
Mhm.
Oh, is your buddy the medic?
No, my buddy is Jim, the gunner.
Oh, okay. No, I'm fine. I'm not. I mean, looking at the. It looks like looking at the schedule. I'm not be able to make it next week anyway. So
Okay.
we'll
Yeah.
see.
Okay. Cool. Yes. Keep us posted. And
Everyone,
I'll let you. Yeah. Thanks everybody.
Yeah, thanks for hosting again.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
It
Thanks.
was a lot
Bye.
of fun. I definitely love going full crazy as Izzy.
Yeah, there'll come a point where you'll start to worry about how many bullets you have left. It's like, in the beginning, it's like let her rip, and then at the end, it's like, I've only got a backpack with 6 extra rounds. It's
Good thing I got an RPG with 2.
Yeah.
well, that's where
Cool.
I'm gonna be like, you probably want to make sure you have trigger discipline. I can only replace so many bullets here.
Also, if any of you guys have like a speciality in it, you can police all your spent brass. Pick up those empty cartridges, and most of them will be reusable. You can, if you find a way to reload rounds, then you can
Yeah,
basically
that's my
replace. Yeah, cool. So you let the GM know that you're going to police any spent brass and pick it up, and then otherwise it'll just be lost.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Well, I mean, I don't think shotgun shells work that way. 'Cause they're
No, shotgun shells don't. If that's for sure, they're almost like caseless.
Yeah, they
Is
basically
there-
just explode.
Yeah.
Is there like specialities on the character sheet? How many? Can you add more than one? How does that work?
You start out with one, kind of like Alien, and then you can learn more.
Oh, so you learn more. They're kind of like talents.
Yeah, they're basically talents.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah,
if you if you create your character using the life path, you can get more specialities right from the beginning and through
okay.
that life path. Yeah.
You
Which
have to roll speed on that.
yeah, like I
Yeah,
rolled up
it's better,
a guy on the life path with he ended up being 41 years old and lost some of his agility due to age, but he had like 6 specialities. So you can get quite a lot of experience with the life path method.
Cool.
Yeah. All right, guys, take it easy.
Yeah, I'll see you next
You
week.
too. Have a good week.
Yeah, see you around. Thanks for playing.
You're right.